Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is our Indian Trail regular supervisor meeting for Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. And if you're able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right? It does sound good. Can we have the roll call, Scarlett?
Frank Fallon.
Mary Viator.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Patricia Farrell, Betty Argue,
Jay Foy. Burgess Hanson.
Robinson.
Tony Lawrence.
Do we have anybody on Zoom, Burgess?
Yeah, we have Francis Bethel and Caldwell Pacetti.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this evening. We have a lot of stuff to get through. So I hope it's nice and informative for everyone and all of our residents. So thank you for being here. It's nice to see a bit of a full house tonight. Just a quick reminder, please turn off your cell phones. If you need to have personal conversations, please step outside to do so. So we're not interrupting and the board can hear what's happening. If you have not already and you want to comment on an item, please, excuse me, go to the desk up front, fill out a comment card for the item you'd like to speak on. If your item is not on the agenda, that will be heard at 7:30 approximately. We'll do our best to get there in time. So once again, thank you very much. And I look forward to having a great meeting tonight. Michael? Rich? Ready? Turn your mic on.
thanks everybody for coming out tonight. It was so nice doing the Pledge of Allegiance and hearing the crowd out there. So thanks for attending. We really appreciate you.
Betty?
Welcome, everyone, and have a good meeting.
Okay, let's get right to item 5, agenda approval. Do I have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to tonight's agenda?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to. Maybe it's already been moved. No, I'm good.
You good? Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Farrell, seconded by Supervisor Vassalot. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
I see that passes 5-0. All right, let's get to our presentations. Excuse me, this is going to be a presentation from the county on the overall process of site plan applications, land use amendments, and the development review process by Lisa Amara, who is the Palm Beach County Zoning Director. And we wanted to bring this to the community because there's so much confusion with all the changes that are going on in the community, and everybody says, why can't we stop it? Or why can't Indian Trail stop it? So hopefully this will bring some clarity to everyone. And being recorded, you can always go back and listen again. If you're not able to attend tonight, it will be on the website. So with that, please welcome Ms. Amara.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Evening. Lisa Amara, zoning director with the county. We also have with us here Bryce Van Horn. He's with the planning division. Patrick Rudder, deputy county administrator. Joanne Keller, deputy director of engineering, and Whitney Carroll, the executive director of PZB. So this presentation, and I don't have a clicker, but Scarlett's gonna be there with me on this. So we'll talk about planning and zoning in particular, and the two major books and the two major maps that we review proposals with. So beginning with the first slide. Slow one. This slide just goes over what we're going to talk about today. And if we can go to the next slide with comprehensive planning. So, and the next slide. The comprehensive plan is a book that was adopted by the county in 1989. And that has a series of chapters. Those chapters are called elements. We have a land use element that is connected with a land use map that dictates all of the land uses that are allowed in the various parts of the county. All of unincorporated county, by the way, is what I'm going to talk about today. Each local government has to have their own comp plan, their own land development regulations, their own future land use map, and their own zoning code. So this is only unincorporated county. So this book is managed by the planning division. And when the Board of County Commissioner wants to change the policies, goals, objectives, and policies in the book, or if they want to change the map that goes with as part of the book, that is a legislative decision by the Board of County Commissioners. So, and everything in there, if they want to change it, is adopted by ordinance, and the planning division orchestrates those changes, and all changes are presented before they go to the board, to the planning commission. That's an advisory body that reviews all changes. They act as the local planning agency for the county. Next slide. So in 1999, the county was divided into 5 different tiers, from the urban suburban tier, the glades tier, the ag reserve, which is a hot topic always down in West Boca area. And where we are today, right now, we are in what's called the ex-urban tier. The ex-urban tier only applies to the acreage and Palm Beach Country Estates. The future land use designation is 1 house per 2.5 acres. Even though as you all know, the lot sizes could go down to about an acre and a quarter often. Other parts of Indian Trails Improvement District is in what is called the rural tier. The lowest density on that one is 1 unit per 5 acres, though most of it is 1 unit per 10 acre. Next slide. And there, that's ITID is with the rural and ex-urban tier. If you click again. Yes, so every parcel in unincorporated county, as I said, has a future land use designation. There's the categories on the slide: rural residential, low residential, medium residential. Low and medium and high are not allowed out in ITID's district. And of course, we have commercial and industrial and institutional designations as well. The next slide. This graphic here, this is in the comp plan. This shows all of the future land use designations, and the X indicates where it's allowed by tier. So certain tiers don't allow certain future land use designations. This highlights all of the designations with the green bar and the X that you can have in this part of the county. Next slide. And maybe click again. Here we go. Okay, and commercial I know is a hot topic. West End Crossing is, we have a couple slides on that at the end. That application is proposing to change the future land use designation to commercial low. And even though everyone who fronts a major roadway thinks they can apply for a commercial land use, that's actually not the case. In the acreage area, only a handful of intersections can qualify to ask for a commercial land use designation. West End Crossing is on one of the corners that does qualify to ask for a future land use amendment. If the site doesn't meet this criteria on this policy right here on the screen, they would have to ask for a text amendment to the comp plan for the Board of County Commissioners to change that policy or make an exception to have somewhere else. But really, Seminole Pratt Whitney is kind of the big intersection around here that allows commercial land use. Click. And yeah, this, highlights some of the area at North Lake and Seminole Pratt, and orange is Seminole Pratt's another intersection. Next slide. Okay, the comp plan amendment process. Next. Okay, the planning division coordinates applications to change that future land use map. They process applications 4 times per year. They hold public hearings on typically a Wednesday at the Governmental Center, downtown West Palm Beach. Staff will, when they receive an application, they distribute it for review. They write a staff report. They present their recommendation. Next slide. They look at plans, overlays, service delivery and such, and they make a recommendation. They also do public notice. We notify municipalities, we notify Indian Trails Improvement District, and there's a courtesy notice that goes out 500 to 1,000 feet around every parcel to notify everyone. They have that staff report I mentioned, and then they present at the public hearings. Next slide. So again, the Planning Commission is an advisory body that's at the Vista Center on 2300 North Jog Road. And then the Board of County Commissioners is the elected officials, and they take 2 actions on every comp plan change. They have a transmittal public hearing in which they decide to approve or to transmit to the state, or they can deny it. For West End Crossing, that already went to the board. It was transmitted, so that we'll have one more review by the Board of County Commissioners when the zoning application is ready. And again, the board can adopt or deny. And if they adopt, it's by ordinance. Next slide. So then there's the development review process, and that's where zoning comes in. Next slide. So a lot of times, a property owner will run a land use change concurrent with the zoning application. And the zoning can be a public hearing application, it could be an administrative approval, or it could just go straight to permit. Things vary. But the decisions when they go to hearing are quasi judicial, which means a different set of evidence that needs to be presented to the board and a different level of decision making. The legalities of how we do quasi judicial are much more specific. Next slide. And it's different from the comp plan amendment process because that's when we get the site plan. We're looking at drainage, setbacks, the actual uses, the hours, the lighting, the hedge height, even the architectural features, the roof lines, anything goes on our site plans in our review, even signage and the types of signs. Next slide. Access, that's always important. And when we do those site plan reviews, we send them out to 17 different review agencies. And we have Jay is on our development review team now that we have added ITID to the departmental review so that any drainage and access and impacts concerns, Jay can send right over directly to the internal review of the zoning applications. And then there's engineering, of course, water utilities, environmental resources management, health department, lots of other departments. Next slide. So just like planning, zoning has its own advisory board. That's the zoning commission. We go to the zoning commission with our staff report, then it goes to the Board of County Commissioners after the zoning commission makes a recommendation. We also do public notice. We notify HOAs, surrounding property owners. And ultimately, when we get to the Board of County Commissioners, if the board approves it, they would be adopted by a resolution rather than an ordinance. Next. Okay, and a little bit about agricultural residential zoning districts, since most of the land out here is agricultural residential. Next. This slide describes what AR is. AR is intended for agriculture and residential to live together in harmony. So there's a lot of uses that are allowed on your properties, not just a house. Next slide. And this is just a slide that shows where, you know, you have 23,000 acres of RR 2.5 with the AR zoning. Next slide. And this is a list of some of the uses that are allowed in AR zoning. Most of them are administrative approval or permitted by right. Some of them need a Board of County Commissioners approval. So for example, you could have a single family house and you could have a bunch of different kinds of accessory uses. You could have agriculture, nursery. In some instances, you can even have a veterinary clinic. There's government uses that are allowed, civic uses, and utility uses are all allowed in this zoning district with no zoning change. Next slide. One of the things that we wanted to highlight is over the past couple of years, the zoning division has modified some of the setbacks. We were seeing a lot of challenges out in the acreage because the lots are smaller than the typical AR lot is supposed to be 5 acres. So we reduced some of the setbacks to allow the property owners to have a greater use of their property. This slide shows some of those setbacks. We also increased the allowable fence heights and hedge heights in response to a lot of the public feedback that we received. And next slide. And this shows where those setbacks are and how they're measured. On the rear and the sides of properties, one of the changes that we made is I know Indian Trails has a lot of easements, and easement encroachment is something that you don't really like. And so historically, there's been a 5-foot separation from your easements, regardless of the 15-foot setback. You know, In addition, at all times, we recommend that if there is a drainage or roadway easement along the property, that they have a minimum of 5-foot setback. However, we do have exceptions. If the property did a floodplain review and they're capturing their drainage on site, they could go up to the just regular 15-foot setback. Next slide. And, okay, for the next one, these are the uses that are allowed in commercial low flu in a multiple use plan development. So these are the different types of uses that if you had a commercial future land use designation, this is a commercial zoning district, multiple use plan development, and these are the types of uses that could be allowed in commercial. Next slide. And then we were asked to talk about West End Crossing for a little bit. So next. So here's West End Crossing. It's over 5 acres at the corner of Seminole, Pratt Whitney, and North Lake Boulevard at the southeast corner. Next slide. Again, it went to transmittal. That yellow outline on the red, that's the developable area. As you all know, a lot of times you own lots and your lots go all the way to the middle of the roadway. So the yellow outline is the actual developable portion of the site. The blue is a county facility for drainage. Next slide. And that's just shows a little star where the site is located. Next. Oh, and it bounced in. It's an animated star. So this is the comp plan amendments that's proposed. And again, Bryce Van Horn is the project manager. And next slide. They're proposing to change to future land use. Now take this site plan with a grain of salt. This is the original site plan that was submitted. However, the applicant asked for a 6 months postponement because he wants to reconfigure that blue and that yellow building. That yellow building was proposed for a fast food. That's how it's shown on the site plan, but he wants to reconfigure. Zoning had some issues with access that we're working with on hearing on. So take it with a grain of salt, but that's what they submitted initially for the site plan. And it's going to take quite a bit of months for us to work with them on the design and the circulation. Next slide. The end. So that's about everything I have to go over. If you have any questions, we have, like I said, Bryce here or me here
Thank
on
you.
the process in general or anything in specific.
So what I'd really like for the community to hear, what are the limitations? So what can you deny, or I should say the county commissioners, because they're going to have the final word. What can they deny and what can they not deny? And I think that's important for people to understand because we're seeing a lot of that. So if somebody can elaborate on that for the residents.
So that's where the big difference comes in is it a comprehensive plan change, which is legislative, where the board has more freedom to make a denial. When it's quasi judicial, if the future land use is already there, we do a lot of projects in the county where the board has already adopted commercial on that property. It has the commercial future land use designation. They're coming in with the zoning application to match that legislative decision that was previously made, maybe even by a previous board. It's much harder to deny a quasi judicial request. I'm not an attorney like Frank Palin, so he could probably explain or Mary a lot better than I could. But there is more latitude with the board to make a denial on the legislative items. That's the comp plan change or a comp plan text amendment. You know, that is flexible, but you know, and there is not. I don't think there's any vacant CL future land use. Oh, there might be on that Reach property across the street from Publix. We may have given that CL, I think that might have CLO. So once that legislative decision is made, it's on that future land use map. It is what it is, and then it's commercial, and then the zoning comes in with the site plan, the lighting, the design. The circulation. So, but yeah, I hope that explains.
Sort of. Can we go back on the presentation to the map? And you said there were some sections along Seminole Pratt that were already basically not pre-approved, but designated that commercial low could go.
So that policy that was highlighted in that's a text. It's not actually adopted on the map.
Okay,
So that's what West End Crossing is. West End Crossing checks the box for, does this site qualify to be able to ask for commercial? And the answer is yes.
Okay.
Does it mean it's a given that they will be able to get the commercial? No, but they qualify. Unlike another property, like I just had an email the other day and a property was in the middle of Seminole Pratt Whitney Road. And they said, you know, I want to apply for commercial. I'm like, well, you don't meet that federal functional classification map intersection requirement. So you can't even submit a map change until you talk to the planning division and talk about a text amendment to the comprehensive plan to change where commercial can be applied for. And our comp plan can only be revised, that book, the text part could only be revised by the Board of County Commissioners. So an applicant may approach and say, hey, board, I'd really like you to initiate an amendment to change some policies. The board can deny even the request to initiate that. And then they can't even submit the application for the map change. So that can happen. But West End, they are at one of an intersection that qualifies to ask. So that's why they were able to submit the application.
okay. And what is the qualification for that? Like what makes them qualified for that?
Because that policy that's not on the slide, but that policy that said the intersection of a collector arterial roadway as identified on the federal functional classification map, that's adopted as part of the comp plan. And you have to have frontage and access or whatever the policy said on a collector and an arterial. North Lake and Seminole Pratt are two arterial roadways. It's at the intersection and it has frontage on two arterial roadways, so they can apply for commercial.
And would you define collector for the residents?
Well, the federal functional classification map was adopted in 2008. And that map, well, there's collector arterial roadway for the definitions in the ULDC. But in the case of commercial location criteria, we linked it in the comp plan specifically to a map. So there is a map referenced, a map number referenced in that policy. It's not a nebulous thing. It's not like built to non-plan collector standards. It doesn't work like that. There is a map as part of the comp plan, and it says these are the arterial and collector roads for the purposes of applying for commercial. So, I mean, you know, the definition in the ULDC for collector and arterial in that instance is kind of moot because it's directed towards that particular map.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. It's nice to see you. This is not a done deal yet, correct?
West End Crossing?
Yes.
No, it has one more public hearing.
Okay.
Well, actually, it has the zoning commission public hearing,
Mm-hmm.
which is the advisory body. And then it has another Board of County Commissioners public hearing.
I
So there are
understand.
2 more public hearings.
Okay. As you're aware, I'm sure that you've heard that there are many residents out here are opposed to this, what's going to be put there. Has there ever been any thought of, and I've been hearing this for over 20 years, maybe longer, that we need another fire station north? And that seems like a really great place for a fire station versus what is proposed.
I can't
Any
speak,
thoughts on that?
I can't speak to the planning of public facilities. I know we just did a presentation with facilities at the board when the Rawlings Amendment came forward. And they did talk about, but I don't know, I don't know on any planning of public facilities at this time.
We'll get Lisa off the hook on that one. Pat Rutter, Deputy County Administrator. You know, specifically to the point, facilities is always working with fire rescue on locations and looking at meeting the needs in the community. Lisa was referencing Rawlings, looked at that long term was a good location for it. Talking about moving up north, if you will. I don't think there's anything on the books at the moment for where they're looking to go, but always looking, always knowledgeable about changes as we see more development occurring on North Lake, be it further to the east or coming down from some of our other areas. It will always be a consideration, but we never stop looking and thinking and making modifications if we need to.
Understand, just land is limited. And like we're hearing, there's plenty of gas stations out here, but not plenty of fire stations. we can't always depend on our automatic aid agreements with Gardens and West Palm. They have their own agenda that doesn't always filter in with what we have planned and things like that. But in my opinion, maybe that's just something that can be talked about prior to pushing this through on your guys' end.
Here, you absolutely can share the thoughts with fire rescue and FDO as well, who is the one, and I couldn't agree with you more. Land is tough to find and land is not cheap.
It looks like a great place for it.
Always part of a consideration. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. I know you're aware of the acreage neighborhood plan. I was curious that it wasn't mentioned at all. It's actually adopted as part of the comprehensive plan. And through the years, our community has been very active in the vision for our community. They participated in what would go in, what the comp plan amendment change would be to allow the plaza at Orange and Seminole Pratt. That obviously has not turned into what the original vision is, because what happens is developers get their approvals and then they come in and they constantly change it. So instead of having a community meeting area, we now have the front of McDonald's that is, barely, 5 feet deep for a community meeting area, and no place to hook up if you want to stop, have a coffee or whatever. So a lot of people weren't around then, and I think that that's what we count on, is that those people that remember the history have forgotten. Another thing that's been really important in our community, and I know you know these things, Lisa, gas stations. There was a specific amendment done in 1998, I think it was, to the neighborhood plan to put very strict language in terms of where the community and what the community would accept for a gas station. And the criteria was that there would be no more than 4 pumps, which would equal 8 nozzles, and that it would be on no less than 10 acres. The big concern that remains today is that 90% of our community is still on wells, and we want to remain on our wells. Most people want their well water, and they want to protect their well water. Last night, the Acreage Landowners Association had a meeting with West End Crossing again. And I'll let them speak to what they heard, because I was not there. But from what I understand, the overwhelming response from the residents who were there was that they understood that commercial would go there, but they didn't want drive-through restaurants and they didn't want a gas station. There's another issue with there being a water retention area directly adjacent that will be connected to ITID's drainage system. And as I understand it, Jay, does their plan have sufficient drainage? Right.
Not currently. They have been informed that they have to meet our policy, and we did send the policy to them. So that's what our participation in the DRO process.
Right. So those are some concerns about that. And, I think, again, if it's going to have a gas station, then why are we not respecting what the community vision has been? We did a text amendment to create a buffer area for the west side, not to create, and I know you and I had discussions about this at the time. It was to prevent a domino effect on the west end side of commercial along Seminole Pratt, and to create a buffer transition area. That's why there's no drive-through allowed. It's specifically on that overlay for the property on the west side of Orange, the Reach Estate that you referred to, and the 8 properties that are in that overlay. So I would hope that the county commission is going to continue to support what it is that this community has fought for years and continues to support, as evidenced by their response to the different proposals. We're being attacked in every other way. And there are things that we're being told are outside of our control in terms of other municipalities approving high density apartment buildings adjacent to our residential homes. I know those are things the county cannot control, but they are all things that are eroding what the vision was for our community and our neighborhood plan. So I hope that those things will be parts of the discussions that the county has moving forward. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate you guys all coming out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey. Um, sure.
I think it'd be good to hear from someone from the ALA about their meeting us. And
Okay, yeah. Absolutely fine with that.
For 6.1, I have Pia Scorin.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really very good. Just wanted to kind of keep in the vein of your presentation and thinking back about what, you know, our community would like. I'm sorry, talking to the mic. Of particular concern, we have concerns about the land use changes, and of particular concern are gas stations because of our well water. As you all know, that's a big concern. And as much as we may be assured that there are safety measures, it's all good until it isn't. So I think that's something that we really need to consider. We're also, of course, concerned about the size and the type of commercial and residential properties that are going in. I'm wondering about the lighting. Does that stay on 24 hours when we have commercial and there are houses near there? And, you know, that's a little disconcerting as well. One of the things we seem to be noticing here in the community is that there are secondary buildings going in that are larger than the primary buildings. There's one specifically on 140th. Clearly, it's not secondary to the residential use. So how is that happening? And what changes have we made to allow that to happen? Because we're confused. We're concerned about precedent. So if we make a land use change for one property, what does that mean for the others? Do we suddenly see all this commercial on Seminole Pratt or in any of these other areas? We're very concerned about that. And we also see a lot of additional building. We used to be told that there were, and I think you kind of addressed this about the setbacks, that there was only a certain percentage of property that you could build on or put buildings on because of our drainage issues. And we seem to be seeing quite a bit of that changing. So just putting that stuff out there, things that we, you know, think are concerns here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I have Lisa Johnson.
Hi, yes. I wanted to talk as well about the neighborhood plan
Yes,
and the changes that
Lisa.
were made for the gas station.
Lisa, could you just state your name? please?
Lisa Johnson,
Thank you.
Loxahatchee. At that time, we had made our commercial hub in the middle of the acreage on Loxahatchee or unincorporated area. And it was more than 10 acres, and we did so and allowed the gas station, as Betty said, with those particular arrangements of, you know, non-walk-in store, limited hours and limited pumps. Then there was transitional commercial made of a few lots surrounding to try to, and they were specifically spelled out to be, to look like homes or to fit into our rural community. So when those things were made and they're on the books, I believe that they can become commercial with those stipulations. And one of the stipulations is 0.05 for area ratio. So they were considered and on the books. So I'm a little concerned about allowing other properties on Seminole Pratt to just fall in and become and want to be more commercial. Every 2 homes or every 2 lots, there's a street, 2 lots, a street, 2 lots, a street. It would create a lot of traffic and a lot of congestion on Seminole Pratt if we just allow this sprawl of commercial. I know the medical building developer is here. And he's not on arterial and collector roads. He's on I don't know he's on Seminole Pratt and two roads that are residential. And if we allow that, where do we stop that? He claimed he want what was in our orange area, which was the 0.05 FAR, but then he went 3 times as much of that. So that's what he wanted, but then he went, and now I guess he's going to be here tonight to present, and I'm hoping he presents at 0.05 FAR. And I am very glad that Jay is on the board because there is so much concern about drainage and retention in the area. And I'm hoping that, being that he's on the board now, that will, and I always called it a gap that, between the county and Indian Trail of what's allowed to be built, keeping it at 25% of the property so we can have the drainage and retention. So thank you, Jay, and I'm hoping that works out really well for us.
Thank you. I think we have one more.
Jay Sweet?
Jay Sweet, 52nd Road. I was actually on the ALA board back in 2008 when the last went forward, and we very much said we want no more than 4 pump stations. And that was very clear. That was a big sticking point in what's going on. Since I was on the board at that time, I thought I would get up and say something. But I have a more interesting question for the county, and that is about the Live Local Act. And once we have commercial designation on the property, and if they don't build, can they come in and build into Live Local? And as it stands right now, the county has to get in the maximum density anywhere in the county. What is the maximum density in the county? Without any other at all. Yeah. So they could come in and build 12 units per acre on 5 acres, that's 60 units by right, without any hearings as it is. There's pending legislation right now in the legislature that's going through. My sources tell me it's likely to come out of committee and get adopted, that they're going to let the current one says you can only build as high as within 1 mile. They're talking about scrapping that. And if you're near residential, you can build up to 10 stories. Now, no one's going to build that high at 60 units, but it's my concern, and we need to be very careful about where we allow commercial to go and show that there's a true need there. Because if not, and it doesn't get built, and the reason I bring this up, in 2007, 2008, we were going to have a gas station on the corner of Coconut and North Lake. We were going to have a post office on the other corner, and we have none of that now. We have other commercial properties going in. And so this is something we need to be very cognizant about, and we need to make our voice heard because of the repercussions. It's not like there isn't gas stations in Westlake. Okay, now Westlake's a dirty word sometimes, but there's plenty of gas stations. You have competing 7-Elevens. Is the need really that great here? I've lived here long enough that the nearest grocery store was the old Publix in Wellington, and you took a cooler and make sure you had ice in it, if not dry ice, if you want to get ice cream home and not have it be a milkshake. So I want you to think about that. And this just seems to me, this is really something I'm worried about for a lot of my clients right now, is that the unintended circumstances of commercial, you need to really think about how that's going to play out, because the state legislature, and this is nothing, I have no doubt if the legislature hadn't got involved, that the county would allow it. Okay, I have faith in you guys that way. But the fact is, the legislature is in preemption right now. And those preemptions, they don't go in front of any boards. They're strictly staff, and they have to do it according to the legislation.
Thank you.
Just go there.
Thank you. Lisa, did you have something to say? Yeah,
Regarding the live local, did you have anything to say on that?
The current live local language in statute applies to commercial and industrial, which this site is not. And the maximum density in unincorporated county is 12 units per acre. There are bonus programs, which you can get more than that, but our interpretation is right now it's 12 units per acre. If somebody had tried to come in with a commercial zoned property or industrial, we would have to figure out if bonuses apply and how we would process that. But yes, the speaker had a lot of good points, because what's proposed, the proposed changes to live local right now, I mean, they're not approved, they're only proposed, but they are significant. And we are looking internally at PZB and also the county legislative delegation and watching that go forward. But it is kind of an unprecedented change that I haven't seen. There at least are some guardrails in the current live local, for example, drainage and certain levels of property development regulations. A current live local that's on the books now, you still have to meet your parking, you have to meet your drainage. What's proposed throws that out the window too. And we don't even know what we would do if that gets adopted at this point. We'll have to figure it out.
thank you.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify. The only time that live local can qualify, be used by a developer is on a piece of land that already has been designated as commercial and flu or industrial. So if this property was approved for, whatever they're proposing, they could turn around then and change it and say, we want to follow the live local.
In the current rules of what's currently with the current statute, because I can't speak to the one that they're
Yeah.
thinking of changing, but it's commercial, industrial, and maybe mixed use. Yeah.
Right.
They can apply for an administrative approval for up to 12 units per acre.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
One more. So we know that this area of land is unincorporated. We know where Gardens has annexed up to Great View. Let's just say there's no gas station. There's no fire station. This land is vacant. We've seen what Gardens has done already, and they go, hey, let's annex up to North Lake. Do they have the ability with the boundaries that are set right now? Could Gardens actually, and this is not a secret, we already seen what they've done. Do they have the ability to annex up to Seminole Pratt?
Annexation is much harder when it comes to occupied residential properties than when not. So, they annexed all that land down to Hamlin and there was no residents there. So they were able to, get greater than 50% or whatever the percentage is of the property owners to consent, and they were able to annex those. If there's residents in houses, it's much more difficult to, and particularly with the lot pattern at like 1.5, 2 acre lots, you're going to have to get a lot more people to voluntarily agree to annex. And then I can't speak to the unincorporated protection area charter that was adopted in 2004. That, was thought to be a mechanism to curb annexation in this area, but it didn't seem to come into play with what happened on Hamlin or the mile down at Southern with what happened down there either. But I just know that if a resident is living in a property, it's much harder to annex than.
And we know it goes to a vote, just like it does. Let's just say the residents, and there's not very many along that corridor there. Hey, we wouldn't mind having a Palm Beach Gardens address. Looks good, right? Some people actually think that. Now, that land is not a gas station, which some people are opposed to. It is now the this enormous apartment complex, which obviously I don't think anybody here would want that. So we got to kind of also think about, certain situations that could pop up that we're not expecting. I just wanted to make that known for people, a lot of people, like I said, they don't want the gas station. I get it. I think a fire station there would be great. We definitely don't want that annexed and turned into some gigantic apartment complex because we already see what's happening off of Hamlin. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate all that information, and I'm sure if there's any additional questions, people will reach out. And I'm sure any of us here on the board will be happy to get them answered, or you could reach out to the Acreage Landowners Association, and they will try to assist you with that as well. Okay, now we're moving on to 6.2, the presentation for the proposed medical building.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Josh Nichols for the record with Schmidt Nichols, representing CDNK Medical, and Dr. Corsani, who's with us this evening. So I'll try to keep it brief. We met with you, everyone here, I think in August of last year. And from there, we moved forward to Planning Commission with our text amendment. And we received a 9-2 recommendation of support for initiation. And unfortunately, at Board of County Commissioners, we did not transmit, but we did get some valuable feedback from the commissioners. And basically that was, we all understand that this is not going to be commercial at this corner, but you need to bring the commercial square footage down. So we listened to them. And what I want to show you this evening is what we've done to modify that language. So just to reorient you, and there was some discussions from the public about this parcel and obviously West End, which is across the street. But again, this is 3.38 acres. We're at the opposite corner of West End or West Crossing. So current zoning is AR, and we would be proposing CLO, as well as the future land use is RR 2.5, and that would be proposed to CLO. And I want you to remember the CLO because that's very important to this request. We can go to the next slide. So I won't go through all this language we did prior, but this ex-urban office part of the comp plan allows for the Orange and Seminole Pratt office to go in. So we utilized that same framework, and we modified it slightly to allow for another commercial node, which we believe is not a residential node. It is commercial, and that's at North Lake and Seminole. So again, the black text is all what was existing, and then the red is what we were modifying. Now, what's different? The only thing different really from the last time you saw this was that we had 0.15 FAR, and we brought that down to 0.1. 0.1 is also consistent with all of the non-residential properties along North Lake so if you were to go in an ex-urban with commercial, you would be limited to that 0.1. So we're following suit with that. Go to the next slide. And remember I said, please make note of the CLO. So CLO is very, very limited in the number of uses, right? So when we just say we're going to commercial, we're not just going to commercial, we're going to CLO, which only allows for the uses that I have on the screen. So you've got financial institution without a drive-through, you've got medical or dental office, business or professional office, limited access self-storage, which I don't even know why that's in there because at a 0.1 FAR, it wouldn't make sense to anyone. Veterinary clinic or work live space. So it's very fine-tuned. If you remember in Lisa's presentation, there's a laundry list of commercial low uses that are allowed. That's not what this is. That's not what's allowed under that ex-urban office land use designation. So I just wanted to make that clear. The other table that you see there shows the CLO versus the CL, and showing that it does allow for 0.05 to 0.2, and we're right there in the middle at the 0.1, which is consistent with what you see below at the CL at 0.1. You can go to the next slide. I think this is my last slide, so I'll finish it with this, but I just wanted to kind of go over. This is the new site plan, so it goes from about 21,000 square feet and change down to 14,000 square feet. Remember, it's almost 3.5 acre property situated again at the intersection of North Lake, which now is going to be, it's already been expanded to have two dedicated rights. You've got 2 lanes north, 2 lanes south, and same for North Lake. We would like to utilize that existing signal. So that way you can come directly into the site from the signal. We cut off all connection to any of the periphery roads, so there would be no interaction with those side roads. So everything would be in and out of Seminole, Pratt, and North Lake. We've also created, a nice buffer along the west property line to make sure that we're screened from the residential. Again, this use as office doesn't just have to be medical, right? We do believe Dr. Crisani, he wants to be there. His wife is also a dentist. There's room for other, say it's a pulmonologist, pediatrics, all, you name it, but it can also be professional offices, attorneys. Jay could move out here. So any of those professional offices. So I think that's good to know. And also, this is one of the best neighbors to have, right? It's a 9 to 5 operation. It closes at 5 and there's no, we heard some suggestions. Well, you should put a restaurant there. We need a restaurant there. Well, a restaurant doesn't get started until dinner time and then goes to whoever knows at night. You've got lights on and all that stuff. It's a very quiet use. And again, situated so that the only access is off of Seminole, Pratt, and North Lake. Again, with that, we're still at the infancy stages. We're looking for your support as we move forward. And I have Dr. Crisani here, who's the owner of the property for the last 20 plus years. So I just wanted to have him make a couple statements before we take any questions.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Corsani. So if any of you have any question, you can ask me, because I think that he explained everything very detailed. Good. So any question from me, from my part?
Michael? Can you put that text amendment back up, please? If you're not wanting to have access to the road to the south, then why is it still included in the text amendment? And my understanding is that text amendment was that it was limited to 0.05 FAR by the time you had the different landscaping requirements, et cetera. So has that been removed as well in your proposed text amendment?
So the text amendment, which talks about has legal access to Orange Boulevard, 69 470 Street, blah, blah, or is located between 90th Street North and 91st Place North. So it doesn't say access to, but between.
It says it has legal access to, which technically you wouldn't with commercial.
No.
So,
Well, all those streets that it's mentioning are not close to this subject property. The part at the end is us, or is located between 90th Street North and 91st Place North.
no, I see that.
Okay.
But the problem is that it says has legal access to. And I think one of the comments that we made directly to you when you came here the first time was that we did not want access to 90th Street. So that would need to be taken out.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just want to read this one more time. So there's an and or, right? So it says has legal access to Orange Boulevard, ... or is located between 90th and 91st. We're the or side. We're not having access to those roads. We're the or, which means in between those two.
My concern is that
Understood.
it's talking about legal access.
Understood.
And so therefore, if you're proposing only to be using 91st as what you showed,
We're not using either of those roads.
well, you're using to the south of there. So then you don't need 91st then either.
We don't need either. No,
Okay.
correct. All access is
All right.
Seminole Pratt. Yep.
And then there was limited, there's regarding the building setback, you're going to meet that.
Yes,
And the 15-foot landscape buffer.
Mhm.
Okay.
we've got that.
And then you're preserving 25% of the existing native vegetation on site, or is there native?
There is native vegetation on site, and again, we haven't even submitted the site plan yet, so we will work through those details. But we're looking at preserving 25%
Okay.
as needed.
Now, on E, it says maximum 0.05 FAR.
Mhm.
And you're putting an exception in there to make it 0.1 FAR. Again, the reason why the ITID board at the time and the Acreage Landowners Association supported the change and the overlay at the corner of Seminole Pratt and Orange
Mhm.
was to create a transition and a buffer to residential. The higher the FAR, the less of a transition it is. Okay. So at 0.1 FAR, it's still too much. And what is the stories on it?
Just
This one story. Okay. So, that's all I have.
Scarlett, can you go back to the site itself, that slide?
Just a quick question, the lighting that's gonna be there, because I know it's gonna be, you're gonna want something for some sort of security. Is it gonna be invasive to the owners to the west of the property?
Absolutely not. And there's also several provisions that have to do with light trespass and the technology that we have now too with the LEDs, it can focus straight down. And also we would just, as it does become dusk, the office would be closed. So it would just go to low level security lighting and we would make sure that there's no light trespass. Absolutely. Mhm.
Excellent. Yes, can you make it a little bigger? So my question, if you're looking at the west property line, how many feet to the back of the building?
From the property line, it's approximately 70 plus or minus feet. Just to give you an idea, the parking module where it's parking, drive aisle, parking aisle, or parking space, that's 64 feet, just that. So you got 15, yeah, you're maybe even almost at 90 feet.
Okay, very good.
And we situated the dry detention to the south and you can see no access to 90th. Because we knew that was a big issue.
Thank you. I have a question for the doctor. And it's might not be a popular thing to say, but I think it needs to be said. Let's just say this gets denied, doctor. What are your intentions at that point?
I'll be honest with you,
Please.
almost was it 2 years ago or 1 year ago. It was a self-storage company, it's a national company. They offered me to buy this land. And they wanted to make it self-storage. And then because I didn't want to, because I bought this land more than 20 years ago, and I wanted to make an office, medical, dental, and professional. If it be denied, so I'm gonna call them because you know what they said? They said that we have a power, we have an attorney, we have everything, we have the money, we can go through it, it's okay. So, and then I'm gonna call them. Call them, okay, I'm ready. But that was more than a year ago and I did not want to, because I think that's the best thing for that land. It's an office, it's a medical professional office that entire community, entire acreage, they're gonna get the benefit of it. They are not gonna come from Palm Beach Garden to here. They are not gonna come from West Palm to here. Only acreage people, they're gonna come. Instead of they drive 1 hour, go to the Jupiter, go to the Palm Beach Garden, go to the Boca, they're coming right there within 5 minutes. I have a friend. He lives in Ibis, he's a cardiologist. As soon as he heard that I'm gonna do medical office here, he called me, said that I'm gonna come have an office in your building. It is only 10 minutes from my house. It's easier for me rather than go to the Jupiter 45 minutes. That's my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate you coming out.
Thank you so much.
We have two more. All right, so Lisa Johnson,
Scarlett, while Lisa's coming up, could you just put the amendment back on, please?
I am Lisa Johnson, Loxahatchee. I'm glad that they did change that to not use 90th or 91st, but again, when you approve a commercial property on Seminole Pratt, entering from Seminole Pratt, as we do this down the line, we're going to have a problem. And they do not meet the criteria to have a commercial property. And if we get that approved, it should be at 0.054. Thank you.
Delia Lauken, sorry.
And I live abutting west of the proposed location. When we learned about this project originally, we were very distraught as we gave everything that we had to build this property in 2013. Bought the neighboring lots for our two older daughters. So we engaged with an attorney to take this to the first the hearing where it was denied because it didn't make any sense. Everybody was in support of not changing the designation that you set forth for this area a long time ago. And I was told that low commercial was based on like people who were working from home, who were doing business out of their home type of thing, and not necessarily for a big medical complex. The doctor does not live in the acreage and does not understand why people move to the acreage. I don't work in the acreage. I work in Delray. My husband works in Pompano. There's a reason we drive an hour to and from work, and it's not to live next to a medical building. If we wanted that, we would have stayed in Broward. Okay, so he doesn't, and at the hearing, he specified that his patients, the majority of them don't live in the acreage. He's looking for a new revenue stream because he sees an opportunity, and I get that. Okay, but there's a lot of other commercial spaces where he can facilitate what he's trying to do. And it's not in line with the plan for this neighborhood and what it was intended to be and why people moved out here and why we moved out here and why we invested this much money. But abutting our backyard, we asked him, I said, would you want to live next to this? I mean, he's driving home every day to wherever he's going. He's not living next to a medical building, I assure you. It's not a good feeling. And, you know, it made me feel really good when the commission voted because they saw the angst in our eyes and our heart. I was in tears having to speak about protecting my property. And so I just want you guys to take heed to that and understand that it's in a sea of residential. So however they frame it, thoroughfare, need for this service, we drive to where we want to go. Everybody in the acres will tell you, when we came here, there was nothing. We know we have to drive to the doctor, dentist, work. There's no work here. We understood that when we took our money and purchased our property here, right? And so to change that now, after we've invested and looked at the plan for this neighborhood before we moved here, is a little asinine. Like, I can't imagine that this will happen. So I hope you guys understand that it's a big deal for us if this property gets built on our fence line. Thank you.
John, Naeem John.
Good afternoon, everybody. Naeem John. I don't have much to say. I just want to say that I want to put on record that I'm not in favor of this. And I would like to add that I truly do take it as an info every time I hear somebody say what we need. We did our due diligence when we purchased the land here. We knew what was in the acreage at the time of the purchase. And so we were happy with that. That was the spirit of what we were looking for. So every time I hear one of these lawyers come up and say, well, the acreage needs this, and they need that, and this, it is as if we don't know where we moved and we didn't understand the situation here. We put my life savings into building this home, and I knew exactly what I wanted. What I wanted was peace, quiet, to be far away from community. So this is the exact opposite of what's happening. And I understand, I don't want to take him away from making his financial ends, but we've even offered to buy the land from folks. And also, they use the excuse to say that residential would never be built there. Well, I beg to differ. There's residential on the corner of Okeechobee, same area. So it is possible. All up and down Seminole Pratt, there's residential. So to say you cannot put residential there is just not a true statement. It might not be the most desirable place to put it, but it's on Okeechobee, and Okeechobee is a busier thoroughfare, if you ask me, much larger traveled road than Northland. So if you look at all of the factors of what they're putting up, really doesn't help the acreage as a whole. It might help their personal situation, but I don't see how it's that great to the acreage. And just 2 miles east down North Lake, there's a bunch of commercial going up. I'd invite him to look into that, put his office there, because they've already zoned it. So just go ahead and do your thing. And do a good job. That's all that is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. Next up, item 6.3, the Equestrian Trail and Infrastructure Advisory Committee, presentation by the committee members, Robin, Jessica, Charlie, Jesse, and Seminole Ridge High School TV production students, Tamsin Lee and Reagan Bresnahan.
Glad you helped.
Elizabeth, there's a
Yeah.
card I think that was missed this
Oh.
spelling. You might have gotten mixed in. Thank you, Lisa.
Hello, my name is Tamsin Lee. I go to Seminole Ridge. As previously mentioned, I'm there for the TV production
Guys,
academy.
can you hold 1 second, hon? I'm sorry, I can't hear her.
A couple months ago, our teacher came to us with a project from Indian Trails regarding making a video about equestrian trail safety, especially regarding how a lot of horseback riders, they go through the equestrian community, and we just wanted to make a simple PSA video. We asked them for simple requirements of what they had, and we have the end product right.
Shh. It's kind of important. We need the sound. We're not gonna have sound on this?
We figured out this one was maybe it's a bit stir.
Carrie's gonna solve it, I have faith.
The transcript, Carrie's phone is so that I have food. It's like, it's not active. Hold on.
We're not used to sound, can you tell? Reagan. Can I just say, I would like to say, last equestrian meeting, Reagan and Tamsin, they joined us. Are you Tamsin?
Yes.
Okay, Tamsin, sorry, this is Tamsin. They joined us, and presented the video, and I cannot say enough about how professional they were, how organized they were, schedule wise, looking at their planners to tell us if they would be available or not. I was very impressed with just that. And then the presentation. And I believe it was Reagan did the voiceover. What an amazing job she did. So I would like to applaud you guys at your efforts of putting this program together. And I hope that we can get the sound on to where you guys can show the full presentation.
While they're trying to do that, why don't you go ahead and move on to this part? Do you have who's got?
Do we sign this?
The blue, can I have the blue folder?
Oh, sorry.
They all signed? Yes. Oh, Betty, you got one more signature on here. It's again as secretary, I guess. To the left. We're typically much more organized than this, but just bear with us. Not when it comes to video.
That's your.
Oh, that's why. All right, so we'll just let it public comment. It doesn't matter. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. go
My
ahead.
daughter's in that class, so she'd be like, yeah.
Yeah, maybe she needs to help.
I would like to say one of the reasons, what's that, Charlie? Come on up, Charlie. I would like to just say, one of the reasons the Equestrian Trail Committee wanted to get a presentation out is to get better knowledge out to our community regarding safety of horses in our area. I know I'm not a horse owner, so it's good to get extra.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. I don't have the time. Otherwise I might, and my husband would probably kill me. But we just thought it was very important to get something out there through social media and maybe also onto the website. And that's why we invited Seminole Ridge to come out and work on a project for us. But Charlie, you have something to say? This is Charlie James. He's part of the committee.
How do you do? I'm Charlie James. Yeah.
Hey, Charlie.
You moved out here a long time ago in 96, I did. Equestrian. That's what I was looking for. Place to put my horse. Agriculture.
Charlie, I'm
Any
sorry.
donkeys?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Thank
That's
you.
fantastic.
Perfect.
Put my donkeys, put the animals. We have chickens. You have animals out here you need to protect. When you're riding a horse out here and you're trying to cross the road, and I like to ask the county how we're going to get across some of these roads. I don't know if that's permissible, but anyhow, we need better trails. We got great trails. We need good crossings. We need to protect our animals. It's very dangerous on the roads out here when some of these cars come by you at 50, 60. Who knows? So that's what we're looking for. And we're looking to get a better understanding with everyone coming out here and moving out here. You did move into equestrian area, you moved into agriculture area. So respect that. That's all I really have to say. And she's doing a great job. Sound or no sound. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Are we working on this?
So, yeah, we're gonna do the presentation in the meantime.
Okay. We got something coming. Can we just play the video with just the video without the sound? Is that a possibility?
You want to do a voiceover during the video?
Yeah, you can kind of give
I have to look back at the video.
Okay.
I just know that.
I'll call them up.
It's not reliant on sound. There is some visual cues, and we put on many graphics to kind of just reinforce what is like talked about throughout the video. So that's like kind of like trying to push through it, and then I believe there's also subtle but not like major, obviously, for the video too. And I think that also has an impact on what we are planning to show that you're doing.
They're still working on it back there, but Patty's got something in the meantime. We'll give him a couple more minutes.
Oh,
The sharing is the problem.
Okay.
The microphone up to the computer. Shit out there.
an alternative. Okay, well, let's see what they can resolve. But while we're waiting, Reagan Bresnahan, due to schedule conflict, could not attend tonight's meeting. I would like Tamsin Lee to please come up to the front, which you're already here. The district would like to present Miss Lee and Miss Bresnahan resolutions of appreciation for the outstanding production of the equestrian PSA. Also, we would like you to have an Indian Trail Improvement District. Please don't go out to many. Can you please give Reagan her resolution and hat for us? I guess I will do that. That would be me. So here we go. So we have these are collector items that are. And we have a resolution that the board has signed as an appreciation.
Speak into the mic, please.
Program and being patient with it, because at one point we were supposed to have them come, and that was when Hurricane Milton threw some tornadoes at us, and Mr. James had some issues at his farm, and we had to cancel that meeting last minute. Okay, I can take this. I'm dangerous with these things, you know. But just please let Reagan know how much we appreciate the efforts that you both did for us. We thank you very much. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Carrie, you got it? All right, let's go.
In the acreage, horseback riding is
We'll work on this project for next one too.
In the acreage, horseback riding isn't just a hobby, it's a way of life. With sprawling properties, dirt roads, and dedicated trails, it's common to see riders sharing the roads with cars. Unfortunately, safety isn't always guaranteed. Luckily, there are some quick tips to help keep our roads and trails safe. Riders should communicate where they are going by using these hand signals. An arm to the left means that the rider is turning left. Arm to the right means that the rider is turning right. A hand waving up and down means slow down. A palm behind means stop. An arm waving means please go around. Be on the lookout for signs that indicate an equestrian trail. For more information, visit indiantrail.com, go to parks, and look for the 4R equestrian section.
Very nice.
Thank you very much. And I was really excited that we were able to get our local students out here to get involved in this. So we thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
You'll get a good grade on that one. Good job. Very good job. Thank you.
So I guess maybe what we need is consensus, I guess, or that we can go ahead and put that onto our social media page. Would that be okay? Okay. Yeah, website.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, fantastic. Well, thank you very much.
If we don't mind, there was another card. It was marked in a different spot, but we're gonna call that. It was a comment for the medical building, so I just want to get back to that momentarily. And
James Shackerson, Shackelford. Sorry, I couldn't tell the last ending. Sorry.
you sure you're not a doctor? Because that looks like doctor handwriting, but
Maybe
that's
I'm
okay.
in the wrong profession. I should have been.
There you go. Thank you.
James Shackelford for the record. I live on one of the adjacent streets to the medical office of 90th Street. Moved in about a year, lived in Loxahatchee my whole life, 25 to 30 years. And it's seen it from the dirt roads that it developed from being in with agricultural to the monstrosity that's Avenir and Westlake and the surrounding areas. Specifically speaking about the area that the medical building is being proposed to, I understand that West End is looking to be on the southeast corner, which also offers a medical venue that they're trying to push forward with. I find that the west side has always been more residential, has always been protected and should be considered protected in that nature, especially when the first proposal was for a pass through 91st and 90th. And I'd like to make note that the doctor's initial proposal had made mention of being a mother and father dual complex building for being what was needed of the community, and was mentioned prior about the needs and desires that they keep speaking of that no one has technically made a survey of or requested of us of it. During one of the board commissioner meetings, he did utter that he had changed his idea of running a mom and pop type facility to whoever could get in as a medical practitioner, which of course leaves the potential to recovery rehab. Not saying it's going to happen, but potential Suboxone clinics and the sort. So it's not something that, you know, I would want adjacent to a home, among light pollution, among being in the building with one of my residential neighbors that we live 91st to have that type of thing. I'd like to make mention that the reason we live out here is we're used to the drive. If I need a medical practitioner, I'm not going to go to the closest doctor, especially if the doctor doesn't have a fellowship or the doctor isn't qualified or is the highest qualified. I'll always seek the best doctor. So if it means I have to drive 15, 30 minutes to go see the doctor, that's exactly what I'm going to do because I want the best to fix me and the best to propose for me and not just have the equivalent of convenience store doctor job, or what would be the equivalent of like a urgent care of doctor in the acreage. I get it. Seminole Pratt is going to get developed. I truly believe that things should stay at what was the belief of the ALA, which is the 0.05 FAR to blend in, especially for that specific area. It's just coming to and from work, driving through the traffic, seeing what the development is going to be, seeing what West End is proposing, seeing that for his proposal with the medical office, that these parking lots are just as big, if not the same equivalent of what West End is. It's just impractical. I would really encourage that our commissioner and who is here to take into consideration. These are things that the community does not want, and surveys to be done to really ask, what do we want? Instead of just making the assumptions for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, 6.4, fire rescue update, District Chief Bomero. Thank you, guys. You're doing great.
Good evening. Since I wasn't able to be here last month, but unexpected change or reschedule, I'll go ahead and give the last response time report. So for February, February 1st, February 28th, we had a dispatch handling time of 39 seconds, average turnout time of 44 seconds, average travel time 7 minutes and 4 seconds, for an overall average response time of 8 minutes and 28 seconds, and that was for 228 emergency responses. And for the month of March, we had dispatch handling time of 42 seconds, a turnout time of 48 seconds, travel time 6 minutes and 57 seconds, for an overall average response time of 8 minutes and 27 seconds, and that was for 265 emergency responses. Anybody have any questions? Okay. You good? Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yes.
Can we just go into public comments because the next item is going to take some
Yes.
discussion?
Yeah, that's what we
back
were
and-
just.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. No. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on to public comment since it's almost 7:30.
I have one quick question. I have some other people here who would like to give me their time. You allow it. Helen Auster and Patricia. Auster.
When we had an issue. he was on scene and he's not-
Right. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
I'm,
We've dealt with the technical difficulties today.
I trust you. Okay, so this is about the FPL right of way that is where the proposed equestrian trail, I assume equestrian trail. I've been told many different things that it's going to be, and we'd like some clarity on what it is going to be. I have heard there's going to be an equestrian trail, it's going to have a jogging trail, it's going to have a motorcycle trail, it's going to have workout stations. I've heard different things. What I do know is that no one has been able to produce to me a plan that we can see what is going on. I have a lot of issues, and I sent the board about a week ago an email, and simply put, there's other options to create more trail, I think, for less money and actually increase income to the district in approaching this. What has happened is that clearing started, and I went out, and your staff was professional. I want to give them credit, although they did say that they would have professionals cut down trees, and they're going edge of right of way to edge of right of way, everything in a right of way. I'm not sure why we're doing that if FPL didn't care if things were encroaching 5 or 10 feet as far as trees. Today, across the street from me, your staff comes out. Incredibly, they got lucky. They cut down a tree. They didn't know what they were doing. As soon as I saw them cutting it, I knew they didn't know what they're doing. The tree fell into the guy's property, but got hung on a tree on his property. Had it not, it would have hit his car and his house. Okay. Fortunately, they had the big backhoe there with the clamp, and they could get it loose, and they got it out of there. But if you're going to cut trees at the property lines, you need to get professional arborists that really know what they're doing. So if that's the intent, I'm just giving you a heads up, because you're looking at a lot of potential damages if you don't know what you're doing. That I know from personal experience, when I added onto my house, I saved a tree. That tree got to be 30 inches in diameter, 4 feet off my house. I had to have it cut down. Trust me, you go with a professional arborist when you have something like that to make sure it falls the right direction and nothing is done. So the real question is, what is the purpose of this? I don't see any plans. Do you have sulfur water entry permits? I'm also concerned about the lack of environmental sensitivity next to my house, where I have had a professional maintain it for more than 30 years. We're gopher tortoises. Now, where there were gopher tortoises, there's a big pile of debris. Okay, I will be contacting the Department of Environmental Regulation. Okay, how do I know the gopher tortoises there? Because they come in my yard. I've seen them walking around out there. And in my instance, we put up a fence of sorts, basically put the poles up and put a PVC pipe across it, just so that people would wander through and be there, because we had instances in the past. This is another fear here. We had instances in the past where I had a neighbor who went on vacation. His 15, 16-year-old son gets drinking. He gets on his motorcycle, comes up and down there, starts tearing up underneath the power lines before anybody puts the fences up. My son, who would be 21 in October, was 4 months old. And this is happening at 3 o'clock in the morning. I ended that real quick. Okay. Typically, everybody in the neighborhood is live and let live. I think that's sort of been the motto out here for a long time. Let people have their way. And so we have concerns about that. Also have concerns about if you go down to 56, where the power lines cross, you have a gentleman there who has raised lychee nuts, mangoes, all the variety of fruit. And he's been at the power line for more than 40 years. And I know that because I have lived here for more than 40 years. I moved to my house in 1983. So I can speak with some authority of what has happened in the neighborhood. And so with that, are you going to go through there and bulldoze all the trees down? Take them out? What about, are you going to fill in where everybody has dug ponds underneath it. Is this part of it? And the reason I bring this up is that there's a better alternative, an alternative to use the existing dirt roads as the trail to divide it, pumping grass. And actually, from my perspective, I would rather have, and I've been told that you can't do this, and I don't understand why, we could do one-way roads. The direction can be picked, and I'm talking about the east-west roads. Could be picked by where the mailboxes are. That's the way the mailman rolls. Do a paved lane, put clumping grass and provide a access for the horse trail over here off to the side. It would be safe, it would be separate, and it would slow traffic down. So when you have traffic mixing with the horses, which I was at last question meeting, I saw the video, the girls did a fantastic job. But if we're going to actually ask people to slow down and not be dangerous, then at that point in time, is that not a better alternative? Because what you have now, you will have horses, if I'm correct, crossing 9 different streets and 2 canals. And then my question is, do you have a sulfur wire permit to start piping those canals? Because you're not going to get the same water quality. You start having to put big pipes in. So I'm asking a lot of questions here that nobody seems to have the answer because there's not a plan. So the real question is, what's the plan? If you got a plan, fantastic. You know, the idea is that you build a plan and you work the plan, but I don't see a plan here. I went on the county website looking for what's allowed and what's, is that person? Second one, what's allowed and what's not allowed. And are you going to have, big question, is there going to be parking areas for people to bring their horse trailers in so they can ride the trail? Because I read the county code and I didn't want to embarrass them from on the spot. That requires a special exception. Have you applied for that special exception? Do you have a plan? Even just the horse trail requires a permit from the county. Do you have any permits? How are you going to handle the waste? How are all these things going to be handled? There has to be a plan. I even suggested at the question committee, American Trails is a organization. It's a nonprofit that you can get information from. They did a study on the equestrian trail system in Wellington. Have you looked at that and seen what's required to meet the requirements for property? And I don't see a plan. And I understand the rush through this if there is a plan. Now, I've raised other serious questions that we can talk about later. I don't want to get into a big debate with the attorneys at this point in time. That's probably best for a later date. I will confuse the issue because if we can come to a method, it's different. This area is approximately just under 30 acres, taking it off the county website. If you were to vacate that and put that into your tax base, your taxes are roughly $1,000 an acre. It would add $30,000 a year in income that you could then use to build the trails on the existing roadways that already exist. And we'd be happy to answer questions if you have any, but I think there needs to be a pause. And I was hoping when I came in and I saw that there was going to be a workshop on Saturday, it would be great to have a Saturday workshop, notice, and we can get the word out. That's not the problem. Have everybody along there say, hey, let's sit down here and have a conversation. The conversation would be much better served. And we do have horse people. There's like 5 or 6 in the area that I'm aware of. I know the area pretty well. And one of them exercises their horse every day in front of my house because they ride on their golf cart with the first horse and they come back to the second place. So, and that's the way it is. And so, excuse me, a trail adjacent to the road actually makes more sense when you see how they're actually using it. And so I will, I guess, leave it at that. Unless anybody has any questions. We do have, I tell you what, one last thing. So you've cleared from 52nd, almost 53rd, back to Persimmon. Last night I come home, it's 10 o'clock at night. What do I see? Somebody riding their 4-wheel golf cart with lights coming down the easement that used to be all fenced off, all open and exposed everybody's yards. So there is a security. And, you know, I'm sure it was well-intentioned, but nevertheless. And there we go.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Christine Fletcher. Christine Fletcher. Sorry, didn't see you driving.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christine Fletcher, and I belong to a pickleball group which has utilized Temple Park courts since Ed and Mary Nichols arranged with your Ed and Mary Nichols arranged with you to add the requisite lines 7+ years ago. In September 2021, the town crier published a wonderful article. The headline read, "Parts of Indian Trails and Group of Districts, Temple Park, closing soon for renovations." At the beginning of November that year, members of our group met Kenny Lawrence and Jack Zerker, no longer with the district, at the park to discuss plans. We were led to believe there would be a grand opening once the work was completed. Subsequently, the half fences between the two courts were removed and we had high hopes. However, it was not to be. Our emails, phone calls, visit to your office have been ignored. It was only last November, around election time, Cheryl D'Amato was able to push the right button and 2 new nets appeared after we'd been taping and stringing the old ones up for years. Now they, together with the basketball hoops, have been removed. The reason given, the courts have been deemed unsafe. The only addition to the park since 2021 is a playground. The adjacent volleyball court had to be removed to make way for it. However, the sand remained for the grass to invade. A few weeks ago, children were carrying it in their t-shirts and dumping it on the playground's astroturf, sand which had more likely than not been contaminated by animal feces. That, to me, is unsafe. I'm not sure whether any of you have visited the park to survey the situation, but I'm sure the town crier could not have imagined back in 2021 what was to come. Maybe you should take a look at the new Crestwood Park North in Royal Palm Beach, which is mobbed every evening. In July 2023, Bill Stevens supervised a drainage issue for me on 67th Court North. At that time, he told me he used to build tennis courts. Maybe he could help. The spare land at the east end of the property could be the answer for future dedicated pickleball courts. The ones you installed on Sycamore cannot be used for tennis, despite the lines, which, to be quite honest, are confusing for pickleball players. As Cheryl says, they give her vertigo. Thank you for listening to me, and if we can help in any way with suggestions, we are more than happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Johnson. Lisa Johnson. Okay, very good. Kyle Cotelis. Sorry.
Hi, Kyle Cotelis. I just wanted to talk about the millings. We live down south of Okeechobee between Cheatham Hill and 168th. And we've noticed all the roads being milled north of Okeechobee all the way to looks like Sycamore on the east side of Seminole Pratt. And we're just curious on if there's a plan to do either 168th or Cheatham Hill or something in our area to give us some relief. We drive down a mile dirt road, and it seems like our little area is kind of being forgotten. I know a couple years ago when we came, the plan was to work from the outside in, and it just seems like that's kind of happening, except our little area looks to be getting skipped over. So we had emailed, and at the time there wasn't any plans to do any roads longer than a quarter mile, I think. But some of these roads we're seeing off of Seminole Pratt are at least a half a mile, maybe longer, that go all the way to, I don't know if it's 162nd or something, but as we drive down, we see them all being done. We're just curious on if there's a plan to give us some relief. We're just looking for one of the roads, either Cheatham Hill or 168th, something, just because that mile road, that mile dirt road is pretty long. So that's what we're here for. I don't know if there's any plans for any of the longer roads to be done.
You're west of, the canal. Didn't we have this discussion and give some direction about this? Where did we end up on that?
Yeah.
Yes, this was one of the ones that staff did identify. However, at that time, the board wanted to do 130th Avenue and 130th Trail along the M1 because of more traffic volume between, what was it, Persimmon and 44th. So that's why this was one of the ones, I believe it was Cheatham, not 168, that we were looking at to do the 6-inch milling installation.
Yeah, we've got 60 lots south of Okeechobee in our little area. So it, I mean, even one of those roads would give some relief to quite a few homes, I think. And I just think like we see all of them being done really close. And I think we're getting kind of skipped over. So that's our concern.
I understand. Mr. Hanson, will you get with him during the week and have a conversation?
I think this is the next budget year issue. I mean, nobody's being skipped
Yeah.
over there. We have a limited number that we can do. So
Yeah, our concern was maybe why not do the longer roads first?
Yeah,
Rather
we
than
had
these
that
quarter-mile
discussion.
dead-end roads.
Jim,
Thank you.
Jim Fayes?
Thank you, Jim Fayes. I also live in the forgotten section that he's talking about. I know that one of the things you guys had talked about was the cost of grading the roads. You think about 2 1-mile roads next to each other with 3 houses in between, and they're grading them every 3 or 4 days. You would, if one of them was paved, and say it was Cheatham Hill, not only would you not have to do that one, but nobody would use the other one, so you wouldn't hardly ever have to grade that one. I'm sure there's not much grading going down 168 going north because everybody is using that. So yeah, we actually I live on Epsom, which we were picked for the lottery last time, and they did ours first of the year. It's great. They did a beautiful job. It's just kind of silly when people drive by and they're going, what the heck is going on? You've got 600 feet mill, and we're driving a mile down the road on each side. And not to mention the dust. I don't know, on Cheatham Hill, it's not as bad as 168, but on 168, even when cars are not going by, just the wind alone blows that white powder. I don't know what they used on that street onto everything. And I don't think it's healthy, but that's another concern. But of those 60 homes he was talking about, there's actually 57 homes, 3 are vacant lots. We've gone around and gotten signatures. We're at 39 people right now who are for it. There's 5 addresses on Cheatham Hill. 4 of those 5 are for it. So it's the people want it. And so it'd be great if you could make that a consideration coming up. It would serve a lot of people. And I think that it was part of the plan originally when it was paved from Sycamore to Okeechobee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matane Blaskarp?
Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Maitane Blascar. We live in 120th and 77th. We use 120th almost every day. It is a beautiful road. However, there's been several accidents there with bicyclists and pedestrians because we don't have a sidewalk. And since it is a very nice road, it's straight, it has a golf course to the side, it's really beautiful to walk. You can always find there people running with kids or walking with the strollers, even with bicycles. And I was coming here today to see if we could make the suggestion to make a sidewalk for pedestrians as well as bicyclists. There is the space there because, the roads are very small, and then there's like this big patch of grass before the big lake.
And I was going to ask you if I could do something in my side, maybe request signatures from the people, everybody that I have been talking to there they were all very excited with the idea of having a sidewalk because it will also make everybody more active. We are a little bit far from everywhere. So having a little area where we can exercise and being outside more will be fantastic for, the people from the acreage. I don't know what steps I should do from here since it's my first time, but I don't know if you can guide me a little bit to get the next step, maybe get some signatures or if this something that could be possible.
Okay, thank you. And we've talked about this before. And, right, so where did we land with that?
Well, through the chair, as you're aware, Mr. Foy and I had explained at that meeting that there's not enough district right of way to install a sidewalk. So what we tried to do in the direction of, and the feedback that we brought back to the board was that what we wanted to do was have the county, because we do not have police powers to create a one-way road, but we wanted to create one-way sections along 120th and Key Lime, Hamlin, Temple, Citrus Grove. And then on 120th, that would actually give us enough right of way to actually put in some type of sidewalk. County right now, we're in a little bit of a discussions with them on that, but there's a couple of other things that have to happen first that our legal team is working on with the county attorney. So hopefully at some point we'll be able to do something along if the board approves it. But first, the county has to give us the ability.
Right. So this has come up previously. That's why normally we don't really do this, and I don't want to do it back and forth, but I just wanted you to be aware you're not the first person. And we have had discussions about it. So we are trying. Okay. All right.
I just want to add, you mentioned the berm that's on the preserve side. That berm actually, as I recall, does not even belong to us. It's part of the actual preserve area. So I drove down the road the other day. I want to tell you, I agree with you. It's a beautiful
Yeah.
drive. I do have a sense that since we removed those horrible bumps that were on there, that now it's a little bit easier to just speed down that road. So I got to see it for myself, but it is a beautiful street and I hope that we can do something.
Right.
But unfortunately, we don't hold all the ability to be able to do that unilaterally. So, but thank you.
Thank you.
Since you said that it is a preserved area, would that?
Yeah,
That means that nothing can be built there. No.
correct. Correct. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Cheryl D'Amato.
Cheryl D'Amato.
Hi, Cheryl D'Amato.
I'm back to the pickleball story. First, I want to recognize Betty and thank you for always responding and actually being a voice that kind of hears us and responds. When I reached out to Betty at one point, because as Christine said, we were literally tying the tennis nets back together because the ball was going through the net more than it was going over. And thank you, Betty, for getting the new nets. So then all of a sudden, fast forward a few months later, now we have nothing. And come to find out that it's unsafe. So I guess I have two questions. Why is it unsafe? And how did it become unsafe from November when you put new nets in? All of a sudden, now I guess it's April. Now it's unsafe. So what happened? Then I guess my follow-up question is, what's the plan? Because as it stands right now, the acreage has 0 tennis courts because you took them away at Sycamore. So I play pickleball. I don't play tennis, but on behalf of the tennis people, that's not right. We pay taxes out here and we have the right to have our parks and recreational areas maintained so that we can use them. And that's not the case today. So I know you don't want a back and forth here, but those are my two questions to the board. And we would appreciate some sort of a response back as to what's the plan, what's going to be done? Is there a time frame? Or are you just going to continue to ignore us?
Is that park on there?
Isn't the workshop for the parks on the,
Yeah.
and it's open to the public? It's on the 28th. We have an open
26th.
26th.
If you grab a flyer, we're doing a Parks workshop. And we could get into this much further, but we did speak about it. So there are, yeah. So, yeah, it's a public workshop. We're touring some of the parks and we can have all these conversations during that workshop.
Is there a plan?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's also.
Thank you.
Discussed tonight. Your report.
Under my report, but yes.
It will be for the night.
Well, to get consensus from the board, but I.
Yeah, because I did bring their concerns to staff to find out, and I was told that they are going to be talking about it tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Executive director. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple of emails to read. One is from so from maintenance request at indiantrail.com. I don't know who this is from. Oh, wait, sorry, Dolores Miller. Please add to the agenda the paving of Mango from 47th to 60th. This needs to happen since our road, 52nd Road northeast of Royal Palm is not going to happen. Shh. That is from Dolores Miller. Yana Ritchie, Yana Ritchie. Hello, I wanted to voice my concern regarding the intersection of Mandarin Boulevard and Tangerine Boulevard. Vehicles are traveling extremely fast on Mandarin and the Tangerine traffic seems to think it's a four-way stop. This is also a school zone for Frontier and Osceola, and my kids cross here every day. There has been at least 2 major accidents here in the last couple of months. The last one was yesterday on April 14, 2025, and in both accidents, the cars were totaled. I would like to suggest a four-way stop or more speed bumps, everybody's favorite, on Mandarin to slow down the traffic, as well as extra school zone signage, as most drivers do not slow down during school times. So that is for Mandarin and Tangerine at the intersection regarding. So, okay.
We also have.
Yeah. I'd also like to point out that, because I take every once in a while, what is it, Great View, and they put some great, school zone signs with nice flashing lights, which would probably be a good ad over there. It's there. It's there. Joseph Young writes, good afternoon. Excuse me. I will not be able to attend the board meeting on April 16th, 2025. I am the gentleman 18 months ago that requested the split between first come, first serve and the lottery for the millings of the road selections. Unfortunately, some individuals utilized RVs and it did not seem fair. The board at the meeting suggested that they could do a special one-time exception for me since I am a disabled veteran with a lung condition. I have 60% chronic asthma condition, which will only worsen over time, and 30% cyanitis rated by the U.S. government. My overall Veterans Administration rating is 90%. My wife is retired and has a lung condition called Boulay. We would like to take the board up on its previous offer to make an exception and to mill our road due to increased amounts of dust and dirt from trash trucks, delivery trucks, and just individuals speeding down the road, kicking up clouds of dust and dirt. I can get my fellow neighbors again to sign the petition to mill our road if the board requires that. We had 75% approval last time, and it is probably higher this time. I was going to pay the $500 fee for my block if the board should grant us a petition to mill our road. We are the block to the east of the intersection of 180th and Orange Grove Boulevard. That's it.
We also gave direction on this, I thought, because this was, this guy, he's a veteran and
I
he's
remember.
asked and he put it, he did the work for the petition and it was a major issue.
I believe legal, if I recall, and I'll let Ms. Viator and Mr. Palin, but there were some concerns about opening up this quote unquote floodgate of allowing that type of medical issues. So it's entirely up to the board, but I do recall that there were concerns and therefore the board at that time did not feel, because there were 2 or 3, I believe, individuals. But if that's something you want us to look at, we can certainly put this millings policy on again for consideration. Because, and again, I was going to cover some of this under my executive report about just millings policy and what
Right.
we're planning for the upcoming.
Okay, so why don't we have that why don't we have this conversation then at that point? I think that would be appropriate. Okay, very good. Okay, we're gonna take 10 minutes. Stretch your legs. What do they call it? Environmental break? What they call it? Something like that, right? Oh, no, biological. What am I thinking? Environmental. I got a
And-
biological break, a
and-
bio break, they call it, yeah.
And just before we take the break,
Yes.
just for the record,
Yes,
we have Matthew Barnes and others, Zach Cesaria, Maria Bolivar that are on here regarding the vintage oaks item.
okay.
And then we also have, I believe Daniel Ray from Stormwater J. And then I'm not sure if it's
Joe,
Joe Capra, but we do have someone from Cap Tech.
in case anybody has any
So
questions.
they
Okay,
joined after you.
great.
Oh.
Thank you, guys. Okay, see you guys.
Yeah, that was on consent.
Yeah, he's,
Yeah.
okay. All right. 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back. We are going to move on now to our regular agenda. This is to consider equipment lease. And I believe we have a presentation. Is that accurate? Brief?
Brief, very brief.
Brief?
Course I didn't.
It's okay. It's just the night.
Oh, I can't. I'm not, it's not. I don't know, I could build bridges across the intercoastal, but I can't. But I'll just kind of, we'll just go through here.
Of course.
Evening board, no blues in the room.
Okay. Oh, sorry, through the chair. With the consent item, is anyone going to pull that item because you have 3 people sitting on here waiting? So I'm just asking because I hate to have them.
We didn't say we were pulling anything earlier, no.
So I'm just.
So we're, yeah, no. We didn't say we were pulling anything, so we're good.
Well, it's hold on, give me 1 second, I'll pause. Yes, thank you, yes.
We could, sure. I'm fine. We don't have Patty now.
Those are the water control plans. It's the next step. It's step 2B, I think it is, and there's still like a dozen steps to go. The engineering report is not done and we have to advertise.
Okay.
And it has to go to South Florida Water Management District and to the county. So there's a lot left. This is just the next step in the process.
Okay.
Just have one question with respect to any goes. What happened to the piece with, are we getting it with, something?
That has not been settled yet.
So if we talk the water control plan this way, and then.
We would still have to have a public hearing at the next board meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, 11.1 through 11.15, and 11.9 was withdrawn or deleted.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Argue, seconded by Mr. Johnson. We don't have any public comment,
There's
right?
none.
Okay,
No public.
all right. So I guess we could just call the vote.
Sure.
We've got enough. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, see that it passes 4-0. Consent is done. Okay, back to 7-1.
Okay, thank you.
You're up, Rob.
So I did not prepare a formal presentation like I did last month. I will give you an update though. I did revise the cost estimate for the base rock material. It went up about $1 and I based my production levels on 1,000 tons per shift. It's actually 800. We were overpromised by the one of the machine manufacturers for the crusher. We're demoing a couple of them right now. So we're comfortable and dialed in with 800 tons a day. So it basically bumps it up an hour, but this is it for that part of the presentation. I did for show and tell, bring in a couple buckets of material. You can all pass it around, take some home if you like.
We have it right here.
I have plenty, thank you.
Okay.
But yes, very nice.
So I do have
You can clean it off my truck.
What you're looking at there is what we're currently producing. We have regular sand that we use from everything from our volleyball courts and topping for the milling roads, but once they get sealed, prevent any splatter from the cars going by. Also 57 stone, which we're buying commercially from PB Palm Beach Aggregate, as well as a sample of the 1.5 minus that we're currently putting down on our roads. So that's 3 buckets. What I did not bring in was the riprap, which we're producing. That's your basketball, bread box size rocks that we use to line the canals with for protection of the embankments. A couple of things I just want to touch on. This year alone, Scarlett, can you bring up now PBA, PO, FY 2.25?
So you said 800 tons per day. How many days? Is that 4 days a week?
Yes, we're running 4 days a week. We maybe run 5 days depending on weather and what we need for that as well. It seems as the more we produce, the faster it goes down. So on that slide right there for FY 25, these are all the POs we have just for this fiscal year. Through Palm Beach Aggregate, it's $269,000 that we've expended this fiscal year alone. Last fiscal year was $589,000. So that's a grand total in a year and a half of $859,000 that we paid to Palm Beach Aggregate for materials. The samples there that I've shown you are similar to what we've been purchasing and confident in our quality control over these products. And if you could go back to the next one, rock truck rental. That in 1 year, we used this for not only harvesting of the rock, but also some other projects that we've had. Some of those were in Santa Rosa Groves. That was in a 1 year's time and not even a full year. That was what we've expended to the rental company was $201,793. You combine those two totals, that's $1 million, $1,060,000. And what do we have to show for it? You know, we know that material turns to dust. We have a plan in place to convert everything over to millings with Board's direction. And this brings us into this agenda item. What we're looking to do is purchase a large size excavator and 2 the haul trucks to do the rock harvesting here in-house. And the purpose of this, as I said, so we don't have to go to an outside vendor and spend $800,000 to, and what do we have to show for it at the end of the day? Yes, we do have material, but at the end of the day, and then we also had to rent equipment to do the same process as well as other projects. So what I'm proposing is we lease a large excavator and 2 rock trucks. It's not only going to be used for the rock production and other material, but we have other needs around the district. We've got canal reclamations. We still have ongoing work at Santa Rosa Groves in the next coming years, let alone what we have coming up for the 640 acres. So what we've been spending on aggregates and rentals, we're looking to invest in our future here. rather than give this to other vendors. So what I have in front of you tonight. So the recommendation would be to waive the district procurement policy and approve the Florida Sheriff's Association contract vehicles for the hydraulic excavator and to the rock trucks. And what we're looking at doing at those, because if you combine those two purchases, it's over $1.5 million. And that's larger than all of our equipment expenditures for a year. Now, and we know we have way more than that to do. We have other needs within the district for mowers, trucks, and it's ongoing. So we're looking at leasing those for a closed-end lease with the purchase buyout at the end. And that would be a monthly as well. So and that's what I have for you tonight. So if you all have any questions, I know I've talked to some of you throughout on this. I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. Michael? Rich?
Thank you, Rob. That's some big money there. What would be the advantage of leasing versus just outright buying, or would one or the other be beneficial? You follow what I'm saying? Just buy it right outright versus leasing. Obviously, I would think leasing would cost more money. I know we got some big projects on the horizon and a lot of product, as you stated, to be used. Looks like something we might have for a long time, these two pieces of equipment. Would you suspect that we would own these for a while?
The service hour on these types of equipment are conservatively at 200,000 hours. I'm sorry, 20,000 hours, not the ones 200,000. And 20,000 hours of life expectancy for equipment of this size. It doesn't get the utilization that a bobcat or a mower does, constantly grinding these out every day. And as far as your other question, yeah, there is going to be about a $90,000 difference if we purchased everything outright. What I was looking at is that with the monthly payment and how those total up compared to what our current budget is and our needs and what we've been purchasing for materials as well. So safely say would be within the budget reach of that and not having to drop, $1.5 million on 3 pieces of equipment when we have other needs throughout the district.
Gotcha.
So this would facilitate rock harvesting, plus eliminate a lot of the other rentals that we're currently paying for.
Do you believe this would be a substantial savings to the district, given the prices of the rock that's going up, and we're able now to get our own rock? We have, the future impoundments that we're looking at and the ones that are being excavated right now.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
even if I was off by $1 or $2, we're still less than half of what it would cost. And this is just for the base rock. If you're looking at the 57 product or the riprap, those are up in the $30 per ton necklace. So the cost savings is even more.
Okay.
Now, granted, we don't use as much 57 stone and the riprap that we do the 1.5 inch minus. So, but there would be considerable savings throughout it.
And as
Yeah, we're doing it for less than.
So as far as 20,000 hours, right? I mean, that's a lot of math I'm trying to figure out. I don't know how many
it's
hours a
2,000
day you're
2,000
planning on
hours
using
a
them.
year,
Okay.
plus or minus.
2,000 hours a year. Okay.
Yeah, that's an average work. Yes,
So 10 years.
yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to decide whether it'd just be better to outright purchase without leasing. Is there a benefit of leasing? I've never leased a car. To me, I'm against the leasing a car. I've owned my truck for 15 years. So that's why I'm asking. I've had a truck now that's been paid off for 10 years. You follow what I'm saying? versus leasing a vehicle, then going back and leasing another vehicle or buying the vehicle in the end, which does cost more than probably purchasing it in the beginning. So that's where I'm at right now with this, the leasing versus possibly just outright purchasing these.
We could, and I was looking to stay within budget constraints and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a cost saving with purchasing them of about $300,000 over the life of it. If you figure a 3-year lease and then the buyout price of it as well. Yeah, so it would be about another 300,000 on top of that. So there would be that savings alone in purchasing it. If the board so decided to do so. I'm comfortable with these machines. Usually, these are not new model years. They've been around forever. I would be comfortable with purchasing them outright. And they do have warranties as listed here as part of the bill as well.
And to purchase outright, would that be within our budget?
That I would have to get some, probably not right now. No,
Okay.
because that would just blow everything out.
Gotcha. So I understand then the reasoning of the leasing then. Like,
Exactly.
Okay.
This spreads it out, so it's a little bit more palatable and still leave some room in there for other equipment needs.
mhm. And no matter what, we're going to have a great savings for the district.
Yes,
Okay.
even if, God forbid, the 640 doesn't go or anything like that happens, we still have a number of projects coming down the line that we would this way. And just the next 3 years, pulling rock out of game 2, then these pretty much pay for itself right there.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That's the thing, to look forward to other jobs and basically, yeah, like I said before, I don't mean to sound like a catchphrase, but investing in our future.
Okay. Thank you for that.
So I was a little confused that this was on the agenda because my understanding is that you were gonna come back with a more detailed evaluation. Because we're looking at equipment cost. So according to my calculation, at 800 tons a day, 4 days a week, assuming there's 4 weeks in a month, that is over a year, 1,536 hours. The cost in equipment for leasing is $35,487.79. We would be able to produce in a month 12,800 tons of rock. When you divide that, it comes to $2.85. That's just for the equipment and the producing it. There's no fuel on here. By the way, the lease says 2,000 hours a year for a 3-year lease. I do not believe we're in a position to buy anything right now. And so, in terms of fuel and manpower, you're going to have at least 3 designated employees to this. And where are we pulling them from? Because we have a shortage in other areas, so we're taking 3 employees and putting them designated to, I'm assuming this has to be pretty much manned the same amount of time that the machine's running. So that value is not here. So just to put things into perspective, when I first got on the board in 2016, a load of rock was $2.85 a ton, right? But then we paid for hauling. It was about, I think, $3 a ton at that point. The $22, what is it up to now? $23.50. So, and then we pay hauling on top of that. So, I mean, actually understanding how much it's costing us is kind of important. And putting that into perspective in terms of, this is what we're going to spend in terms of what we budget for rock. If we buy it, this is how much we're going to get with what we've been budgeting. So we either have to reduce the number of projects that we do, or we're going to have to increase the budget to cover what we would normally do to get the same amount. Do you see what I'm saying? But the other aspect, and I've said this and I'm going to keep saying it, the impact is on the M2. Bare minimum, if we approve this, and this is going on in the M2 impoundment, I want to guarantee that those trucks are not traveling on any road but 180th and Sycamore, and not cutting through on our residential roads, and not driving on Cheatham Hill or any of the dirt roads, because that is an added expense to our unit of development. And 180th, we put in the R3. So, you know, if you destroy that road, you're going to have to fix it under the R3. Sycamore is supposedly a county road. I beg to differ, but whatever. But it also has speed tables on it. And that's the appropriate place for it to go. But the other aspect is the M2 paid for that impoundment. We've paid for the land, we pay for the maintenance. Nobody else is paying for any of that. And material, it's been used for storage since like I've been on the board, even before. And for the whole district, that benefits the whole district. It's not just the M2. And then in addition to that, this rock is now going to be supplying the whole district. And so while I understand there's a benefit that while we're excavating, that's not the reason why we're doing this. And so while the M2 basin residents are paying for a portion of all of this to happen, we're not being compensated. And I have a concern about that. I have the same concern that when we go to the 640 acres for the M1 basin, they're paying for that. It's going to be their bond. I think we need to have some numbers crunched here and have an understanding of what we're doing. If I could just leave it at that.
Through the chair, just quickly, I talked with Mr. Robinson and Ms. McIntosh earlier because I have some ideas on how we could address what Ms. Argy brought up, where the cost for the mining or whatever you want to call it, rock or other material production could, you know, come out of all the units. But if material goes to whatever unit 1, let's say, which is in the M1 or out to Santa Rosa Groves in unit 20, we put a small fee, and I don't know what that fee is quite yet, but there would be a fee that would go back into the cost for the M2 that would only be for the M2, whether it's for any road destruction or improvements to the actual M2 impoundment. So if I may, I'd like to work with Mr. Robinson and Finance, Raquel, Ms. McIntosh, along with Jay if necessary, and of course legal, to make sure what we're doing is palatable. And if we could bring this back in May, if that's okay. And, you know, this, if you're all right with this concept with the equipment, because I think we've shown the savings there, but I do think there may be some things that we can do. And then that could also be applied in the future to the 640 or even existing M1 impoundment. So, you know, I think it was important to bring this back to show you what the equipment costs are and what the material looks like. And I think Mr. Robinson has shown that we can produce just as good as quality as Palm Beach aggregates at a much less cost, but we'll put it together a little bit more into a business plan.
Excellent.
What I'm really curious about is
Well, that's what, that will be, yeah, no, that will be part of the staff. But
regardless.
Yeah, and there's also maintenance costs that are associated with this as well.
So through the chair,
It's just that we need to be comparing apples to apples, right?
I
I
understand.
understand we have fuel
Yeah.
costs, but we don't have fuel costs for production of rock. We pick it up with a dump truck right now. We're paying for fuel for the hauling. That's obviously going to be still happening when we're hauling from the M2. And the last thing that I did not mention is, let's not forget the number of complaints that we had from residents in the M2 about the amount of trucks going to and from the M2, and they were not happy about that. And now we have a new development that's going in there. They're going to be really happy about that construction going on all the time. And then the residents on Deer Run and Fox Trail, they had complaints too about the noise. So these are all things we need to really be thinking about. How are we going to address it? And how are we going to try to minimize the impact? So that's really, I'd like to make sure that we've really thought this through and that this is the right path to go. I agree, we've done this before. And you know, it's good quality rock. But at the same time, and the amount of money that rock has gone to and our options are slim, it's ridiculous. I get it. But I think we just have to slow walk maybe a little bit and make sure that we have the full picture.
Well, last month's PowerPoint did have all those breakdowns in it. It was listed per machine. And whether we rent or own the machine, and there was a line item in that. I was gonna pull it up, if not, but we can bring it back next month if the board so chooses to. All those factors were figured in there. The labor, and that was total burden. That labor, as you mentioned, because there's a couple there's a couple of parts to those questions. So the labor itself would be coming from the culvert crew. So it's not going to be full-time, because what happens is we have to strip off the overburden, which we use for canal projects. Then we pop the rock out, and we just want to table this.
Yeah, just through the chair. We'll bring it back a little different. I think I know how we can do this. So, and we just didn't. I did not unfortunately have the time to sit down with him to really go through this a little bit better. So I apologize for that. Ms. Viator and I have been busy with the county for the past.
I know. Thank you.
So, but I do want to put it on the record that I do think this is a smart move and we should do it. But I do think that there's some future impacts that we need to look at with the cost, and just shouldn't all be forward by the unit 12, 6, 21, 22 M2 basin. So, and this will apply in the future.
Okay. Should need to table this. Is that what we're doing? Okay.
I make the motion to table.
Second. So we're going to bring this back in May?
Yeah.
Okay, with more detail.
Yes, we will bring it back, and we'll bring it back with not just the equipment and labor, but also with what that new cost allocation would be for the rock.
And I also want
With legal.
the other things that I brought up, the breakout considerations. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things, talking with finance, trying to come up with how to quantify that. So, and that kind of goes back to having engineering doing not a whole cost benefit analysis, but where there's additional water storage. But there is a price for the material itself, as it is rock, and there is a price for the additional water storage throughout the year too as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And if anyone else is looking for anything specific, please let either Mr. Robinson or me know, and we will certainly
Or if you would
include
like
it in
a
that
tour.
package. And
Yeah.
I would encourage you to go out and look at the equipment with Mr. Robinson, see how it operates. I think it's well worth it.
Okay.
We have not, sorry, we just brings to mind again. Have we done a drainage presentation to the board recently for the M1 and the M2 basin?
No.
Okay, because I think some of my concerns, I think it's important to review the basins, the drainage basins, also in light of some of the other discussions that we're having with amalgamating units. I think people really need to understand, even when we talk about M2, the M2 basin, half of the M2 basin, which pays for the M2 impoundment, actually doesn't connect in any way, shape, or form to the impoundment, but we've always paid the same as everybody else. And in a flooding situation, in the M2, pretty much everything that is south of West Island Black and east of the canal, they're not connected. They have no options but to drain into the M2 canal. So when Jay explains how the whole drainage works in the area, there's an indirect benefit, one could argue, right? Because if we have a place to store water, then it's not going into the M2 and there makes space in the M2. But if we're already flooded everywhere, the only one that's benefiting from the ability to store water really is that one section, but we're paying. So I'm a little sensitive about it because I've talked with the old timers about this, that never felt that we should be paying what we're paying in the M2 because there is no direct benefit, and it's really a very thin argument to say that it's an indirect benefit, in my opinion. So just going to leave it at that.
All right, so we have a motion to table, 7-1 for May and a second. All in favor? See that it passes 5-0. Okay, 7.2. Installation of large 36-inch LED stop signs at 18 intersections. And before we get into this, these are already locations where there are stop signs?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. We
Not
have-
that we're putting new stop signs in locations because we are not allowed to do that.
no.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion to approve 7.2.
I'll second.
Yes, 1 second. We have a motion and a second, and Mr. Vessel, let's go.
Thank you. Very excited about this. You guys know that, I ran on getting four-way stops and bridging a gap with the county, but because of issues that are going on right now, we're not there yet. However, I've spoken about these LED signs with Mr. Hanson, and moving forward on these, this is a really good, this was actually my plan B. So on top of that, though, I was looking at the map and I identified a few intersections that I still think that are imperative to put up the LED stop signs as well. And it would require 10 more stop signs on top of the 40 that we're already looking at purchasing. And those intersections would be Banyan and Hamlin, Banyan and Valencia, Banyan and Temple, and Banyan and Key Lime. I've had my very serious crashes there as well over the years. And even though it's not on, one of our top 10 most dangerous intersections, we cannot forget 120th and Tangerine. That would definitely have to get two LED stop signs there. So for about, we're looking at 10,000 more approximately, plus whatever the labor would be. I would like to see 50. And I think that would be one heck of a great way to making our roads safer out here. On top of that, below these stop signs, I think we need to have every one of them say either underneath the stop sign, two-way stop, or cross traffic does not stop. We need to get those little signs in there as
I
well.
like that idea. Okay, so
I mean, just one even doesn't even have to be a fatal crash. Just with some injuries for what we're going to pay for approximately 50 stop signs is well worth what our residents would have to go through in the event of something serious happening.
okay, so
Just quickly, we have Mr. Capra still on here with CapTech, who actually did a lot of the stop sign studies through Mr. Ford's supervision to get determinate Mr. Capra on the whether it should say the cross traffic does not stop or a two-way stop, just so we have that clarification from an engineer
Okay.
on what to do. So when we order these, we have the right one first time.
absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
So do you want to,
So I do want to add, this isn't a new thing that we're doing. We've done this. The board actually started doing this in what, 2018? We approved a certain amount of money each year for the LED signs. And what we're proposing here is to continue basically replacing the stop signs where CapTech already said these are high crash locations where we've already told the county we have issues, right?
That is correct. Not only that, we took the overlay from CapTech as part of the road plan, mobility plan, excuse me, as well as the data from PBSO and what they presented to us. So going back to all their latest years compiled was 22, 23. So all that is in the backup as well, where we've identified the majority of crashes, and they do, they are in agreement with the CapTech study as well. Going back to Richard comments, we had looked at Banyan. I know there's some crashes on there, but the majority of them were on Mandarin. That's why those sites were picked here, because once they start going down those long east-west streets, they don't stop. And that's why we've seen more Mandarin than we have Banyan. Yes, there's a need for them throughout the district, absolutely. But that's why these were identified specifically.
Okay, so I'm not done. So in our budget, and I don't have my glasses on, I was sure that I saw somewhere in here for stop signs, but maybe it was just road signage. But we're already over budget by $20,600. And we're not even through the year. That's for road signage. So where are we getting the money to pay for this? And is there an additional, I thought I had saw one specifically for stop signs that we had discussed, but I do not see it. So did it get all lumped into the road signs? Is that?
Yes, as far as that, everything's up in one lump sum.
So this
The
over
budget.
$20,000, does that include spending this money or is it?
No, it's
Okay. So we're proposing to spend, it was $50,000. That's not in the budget. Where are we getting it from?
So I would recommend taking it. You set aside $1.2 million. So far, you've only spent about 100,000 of that, which was on the speed tables and speed cushions. So it would be taking it from that contingency fund. And again, only the board can authorize removal of that.
So as I recall, that contingency fund we set aside because we couldn't agree on the improvements and the capital improvement projects we wanted to put that towards. So where I'm going with this is that we're already over budget. And part of the reason why we're over budget, correct me if I'm wrong, is because the county hasn't been giving us the signs for the interlocal agreement. And that cost is about to rise even more.
Yeah, they have not given us signs for the past almost 18 months.
Okay.
And that was basically 25 signs, which would be double-sided.
Right. So, you know, the problem with adding additional signs, well, I think that it needs to be here. Let's be honest, there are none in the M2. Absolutely none. Okay. So there's a lot of people that would like to say, I'd like a LED sign at my stop sign. Why am I not getting it here? I'm hearing this about everything in the district. Why am I not getting my road milled? Why am I not getting this? Why am I not getting that? That's what you hear from people. We have basically been doing this according to what has been recommended to us by the engineer. And so because we're going over budget and this is not something that was considered, I suggest that we stick with what engineering is recommending and that we discuss the additional ones. And maybe we have a discussion about what other places do we think it needs to be beyond where we have them currently. And we can provide that feedback and that can go into our budget planning discussion for this upcoming year. Because we're there already. We're in planning right now. So if we think that we need to be spending an additional $50,000 a year on LED signs, and remember, there's maintenance that goes with these as well, right? So if we think that's the direction we want to go, then we're going to have to be looking at increasing our road signage in addition to the already increased burden that we know we have. So that's my concern. I'm all about safety and I want this to happen, but these were identified as the places by our engineer, by our studies that we've done.
To the chair, as to your comment, there was none identified either through the CapTech study or the crash data from PBSO or anything down in M2. So that's the reason it was not chosen. So I understand the concerns on that.
Through the chair, can I just say, fortunately, we've had near misses or not serious accidents, but people are running the stop sign at Allen Black and Cheatham Hill constantly. I mean, I see it. I literally, if there's any cars coming in either direction, I will sit there because it's so unpredictable. So, but luckily we haven't had anything serious.
And just to give you an idea of how much road signs we do have out right now. If we had to replace every single sign in the district, it would cost us over $1 million. 1,500 stop signs in the district. So there is a considerable amount. You understand your concern for those down in that. But we stuck with the crash data, CapTech's recommendation based on their last study.
My motion is to approve what's been recommended by staff.
And we had a second.
Just for the record, just if the motion would include an acknowledgement that you're waiving the requirement in the purchasing policy for formal competitive solicitation. The process that was used here is 3 bids and a buy. And the staff got and the documentation's in your backup indicating that this is the lowest of 3 bids through informal public solicitation. Okay.
I identify motion accordingly.
And to include from the contingency.
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at 40 stop signs here, right? And I'm asking for 50. I want you guys to think of something before we start amending and voting on stuff. I don't think anybody in here has pulled a 3-year-old child dead out of a vehicle. I don't think anybody in here has pronounced the death of a very beautiful 18-year-old senior from Seminole Ridge High School. These stop signs are imperative. And I understand the study's been going on for a long time, but it's been too slow. I ran for this board mostly for the district as a whole, but mostly for these stop signs to happen and to bridge this gap with the county. That I will definitely be, once we're through with the issues, Mr. Hanson, that work that's being done. Once this comes to an end, then I'll be moving on to 4-way stops. But these 2-way stops are deadly. The LED signs are fantastic. I don't know if anybody's been out in the morning, especially. I've been driving it every morning and I've been taking district roads from Seminole Pratt. I've been taking Keyline, Temple, Citrus Grove. I've been heading east in the morning after dropping my son off at high school. And that rising sun is blinding. You cannot see the standard stop sign when the sun is just right. Same for in the westbound traffic. We all lived out here long enough, and I think we know this. To go from whether it's 44,000 or on almost an additional 10, if it saves one person, saves one crash, saves one injury, even a fender bender, lawsuits, they're expensive. Let's do this for our residents. Let's make it 50. I'd like to see even more. Miss Argue, let's put one in, let's make it 12 then. Let's go to the Cheatham Hill intersection you're talking about. Let's do it there. If you're saying you see cars running the stop signs all the time, let's make it 12 then. What's the value of the life of our residents? We got some amazing people out here, and it's usually the innocents that are the victim. I've seen it way too much. So before we keep it how it is, like I said, I'd like to see 50. You know what? I like to see 52. Now, I changed my mind. Cheatham Hill, I'm glad you brought that up, knowing that there's that, I don't travel that area often in the M2, but knowing now that there's that many people running the stop sign out there, let's brighten them up. Let's get them noticed and visible.
Through the chair. What you were asking, and that's not in my motion either, and the additional signage. Did we want to have Kevtech talk about that, the two-way, four-way stop? Because that's an additional cost that's not in this estimate. And if we're to do that, my concern is that we're spending money that was not budgeted. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but we are responsible for replacing the signage for the stop signs that get knocked down, which happens more often than an accident. And I'm not minimizing any of the lives, okay? But we have to make sure that we have signs to replace throughout the district. Already at this point, we're $20,000 over, and I'm sure, do we have an idea of how much we're having to spend extra a month? Okay. Because the other thing is that even with the, there's just a lot of extra costs that go into it. So you want to have the two-way and the four-way also on the stop sign, below the stop sign. Right? Joe, can you comment on, can we do that? Is that, and what would be required, and do we know a cost?
Okay, can all of you hear me? This is Joe Capra.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, and just so those of you that haven't talked to me before, I work under, I'm one of the engineers for the district, and typically I support Jay and obviously the team on the transportation issues and so forth. So what I would say to that, first of all, there would the little sign that says four-way, two-way, I don't see that as a problem to add those. I do want to remind everybody, and I'm sure Frank Palin will point out, that traffic control is obviously something that the county controls on us, and hence that's why they've been providing stop signs in the past, and now they stopped doing that. So I don't really see a problem with adding the two-way stop signs, because they're already there and they're just going to be enhanced, and just putting the sign underneath that. I don't think the county would have a problem with that. So I don't know if that's giving you the answer you want to hear, but I really don't see that as a problem. Obviously, if we start getting into adding four-way stops, they're going to make us produce this study, I believe. They've really never given us any comment on the four-way study, the four-way stop study we gave them, but we did exactly what they asked for. So I'm going to assume that they will accept that once we do a study on those for the four-way stops. But I think you're asking about the two-way stop signs. And again, I don't see that as being a problem, because you already have two-way stops there.
Do you have an idea of how much that additional cost would be for the two-way or four-way portion of the sign?
I don't know that cost, but I know that, I believe it's in the agenda item, isn't it, as far as what you're paying for?
No, not that.
No, this was an add-on. I mean, that is a static piece, so it's probably not that expensive.
We do it in-house, or
Well, we can't do any of that. We don't really have the ability to do that, but the cost for that's probably minimal. No. We looked at it, but we just didn't produce enough. But we can get that cost. It's probably nominal, because I know some of the other signs are like $15 for like those smaller horse signs, that were like 15 or $16 like a year and a half ago when we purchased those. So I don't know. These would be much less than that because they're not that large. Yes.
Okay.
Joe, is there any problem if we were to just select, apart from consistency, if we were just to select, like Mr. Vasilati had just pointed out, a number of different locations along Banyan to put the LED lights? Is there any issue if there's now not a pattern or what have you? Can we just do that? Can we just decide randomly we want it to go here, there?
I don't know of any reason why you can't do that relative to the MUTCD manual and so forth. I will say, however, probably, and again, I don't hate to bring this up, but I probably think you want to talk to the county about some of these, but I can't imagine they're going to have a problem with a two-way stop. I don't know why they would object to that for you, but the fact of the matter is, should we check it with them? I'll leave that up to you and tell me that you want that done, but I don't see them objecting to that.
Right.
And is there any benefit? Are we getting like a bulk discount at all?
No.
No.
Hang on, I'm sorry. I think we're having two different conversations. Joe, the locations that Mr. Vasilati is bringing up already have stop signs. He's looking just to add the LED. And so I just want to clarify that.
Two-way stop or four-way stop.
There are, right, and those little signs.
Yeah.
But the actual stop signs already exist. We wouldn't be adding them as we're not permitted to.
Right.
So I just wanted to clarify that, Joe.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I thought it was. We're just adding the LEDs to the signs that are there. So I do not see that as a problem. The sign's already there. They've already agreed to let us put the signs there. Where they seem to be objecting to having us go to a four-way stop if there's a two-way stop. And therefore, we had to provide a study on it and showed a warrant for the need for adding an extra two signs. So to answer your question, there isn't a problem. Yeah.
Thank you. Understood.
Yeah.
No.
So we have a motion. Betty does not want to amend her motion.
Well,
You could
no,
make-
I'm gonna amend my motion.
Okay,
So I'm gonna amend my motion to include the two-way, four-way stop. And unless the board wishes to add the additional stop signs, my concern is that there's no. I'll just leave it at, up till now, we followed basically recommendations from the engineer.
right. But
As soon as we start handpicking places to go, and now we may be going down a different rabbit hole, and that's my concern. Besides that, if the board wishes, then add it. But the other objection I have is that this is taking from a pot of money that, has 10 times more need than what we have money. And we're already over budget on the signage. So, and we're looking at another $15-20 per sign for the two-way, four-way, which I think that only has to be single-sided, so maybe that it's cheaper.
yeah, I don't think it'll be much.
$15. I think it'd be much less than that.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead,
We'll be
Patty.
having prices out for a while.
So we're on the two-way, four-way signs, because I had mentioned this, I think, last meeting or the meeting before about putting these on. Is this something we're gonna look at eventually putting in throughout the district where we have two-way stops? Or is this just something that we're looking at putting these new stop signs?
I'm sorry, he was
Okay.
telling me something.
No
I
worries.
apologize.
So my question is, are these the 2- and 4-way stop signs? We're just looking at putting these on the new LED stop signs, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
Okay,
because there's 1,500 intersections with stop signs.
Right.
or
But now we're setting
1,500
another
stop signs.
precedent.
right.
And through,
And-
Is
and-
there, okay,
I was gonna
Go
say, you wouldn't need to put those on at every or at every
No,
stop sign.
correct.
or two-way or
Right.
cross traffic does not stop.
I think it's more important to make sure we're getting them on the two-way stops versus the four-way stops.
Right.
So if we could limit maybe just to the two-way stops versus the four-way stops.
Yep.
This way it kind of, then maybe we can hit more throughout the district where it's two-way stop signs.
Yep.
So if we could maybe switch that, maybe, I don't know if we have to wait for her to amend that. Would you, Rich, are you okay with putting it for just two ways to start out with?
Oh, well, that's what I was talking about in the
Okay,
beginning.
instead of doing
Mhm.
a four-way. Betty, would you be in agreement instead of putting the two and the four-way stops that we just do just the two-way? Because you had
For the
said, I meant to
signs
add
underneath.
two and four-way stops, you know, the little signs, to where we
So-
just limit it to the two-way.
Okay.
Because that's where I think we see more of the accidents
Right.
is on two-way versus a four-stop.
So
So
I think every one of these locations is actually a two-way, isn't it?
Yes.
Or no? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Well,
Yeah.
I had it.
All right, so.
Okay,
There's a
so,
couple that are not, there's.
okay, well, on those, we won't need them.
Yeah, most of them will need them, but let's see.
Because, and I think a lot of times, like, I had a friend of mine, her mom was hit at, Valencia and Banyan, T-bones, somebody not familiar with the area. I don't think it's as common as much on those side roads, although let me take that back, because I think Keyline has quite a bit of accidents there too.
And now there's a lot of cut through traffic on Key Line that
Yeah,
we didn't have
I-
before
it- it-
too, so.
You
Okay,
know what, I will say I'm in favor of definitely doing the additional,
are we going with the 52?
52, are we gonna
Is
do
that what the board
52?
wishes? I'll modify my motion.
Just in case the public has any questions, the district's not adding new stop sign
Right.
locations.
just
It's simply upgrading the
Upgrading with lights,
existing
little
sign,
signs.
either two-way or four-lane.
Yes,
The county would have to approve any new locations.
thank you. Okay,
And then, so how many two-way signs are we looking at? Is that 104?
Well, there's only two intersections out of those, I believe, that are four-way stops. One is on Persimmon, and I believe it's Coconut, it's Coconut. And then the other one is, what is that one? It's so small. It's Temple. It's Temple.
That's an existing, that was
Yeah,
part
it's
of the, the black dots are existing.
Yeah.
So that there's only one four-way stop with the addition of
Yeah.
Cheatham Hill and Allen Black. That is a four-way stop down there. So that would be four signs. And then the other ones that is rather body.
no, we said we're gonna put in signs on the four-way.
Major through streets. Those are two ways.
The LEDs, yeah, you're talking about the LEDs, Rob, or the little signs, because we just,
Not
have-
the LEDs.
okay, yep, all right. Thank you.
So the rest are two-way.
Right. So those are the ones that are gonna get the small signs.
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
So Supervisor, argue the intersection that you were talking about, is that a two-way or four-way?
It's a four-way.
Okay,
The-
which is good. And I understand that as you're saying, they're still running it.
It's
So,
actually the only four-way stop in that whole area.
so let's just put two LEDs there then. Because that's what
It only needs to be on Cheatham Hill. It does.
that's what I'm saying.
That's not-
Well, actually, coming from the west, it does, but going west, like on the dirt road, we don't need it there.
No, east and
We
west.
already have a flashing light there.
Well, I think I would defer that to the engineer.
Yep.
I don't think we should.
That we should decide
Yeah.
those, right, I agree.
So why don't we
Whether
just
that
stick with the 10
four-way
for right
change-
now?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Let's,
Okay.
Like I said, I think we can bring back other locations to consider for the next budget year. I think there's a lot of locations that we can all think about. Because, as I'm sitting here saying that, that's the only four-way stop location in my area, but there's also people who come up that are going south of Mandarin. It's a 2-8 right there. And then 180th is another danger. I mean, there's a couple of really dangerous intersections around there, but some of the danger isn't stop sign necessarily.
It's the driver.
Well, beyond the driver issue, sometimes we have visual issues. Some I have brought up in the past. Some we could do something about, and some we can't do anything about. So it's a challenge because like on 180th and on Sycamore, you cannot see to the west without pulling out into the road. And by then you could
It's
be
too late.
T-boned,
Right.
you know, and that actually has had several accidents there in the past couple of years, right there. So, and I do need to talk, I need to talk about Sycamore Park and 180 of that resident complaints.
We have the motion.
So, yeah, so I'll amend it to include the ones that Mr. Vassalotti requested along Banyan. And to add the two-way. We're only doing two-way, not four-way. And then request that the board bring back other requests. For when we're doing budget planning.
We'll wait the final
And I,
Yes.
yes,
as well as if we will.
yes,
Correct.
ma'am. Should that be a separate motion though? Okay.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes 5-0. Item 7.3, consider the R3 project, Tangerine Boulevard, 140th Avenue, 61st Street North, change order number 1. Does anybody have any questions? You all ready with the backup? We have a motion to approve change order number 1.
No, I do have a question.
Okay.
Is this drainage related?
Some of them are, and some of them aren't. If you want to go down there's reconstructing the sidewalk, drainage related goes down to, some of them, there was no call out for, the flared ends. There was a metal pipe in there. And the other one, there was 2 driveways that were so close together. We had to increase the size from a 15 to 18 inch and then put an inlet drain in between them. There was not enough room in there to put the 2 flared ends because those were existing driveways and they didn't fit in with our current driveway policy. So we had to increase the sizing of those. And there were some yard drains that were not on the original plan on the north side of Tangerine where the new sidewalk was put in. Well, the sidewalk was put in years and years ago. It was put into the elevation of the road so that that blocks some of the drainage from those properties. So there was 18 drains along through there that were not on the plans, but we discovered when we stripped everything, there were exorbitant drains in there. So as part of that, those are gonna have to be replaced. And then the sidewalk redone on top of those.
Okay, so the historical drainage issue that we've had there in that intersection, that area, is that going to be resolved? This is
Tangerine and avocado.
Avocado.
The answer to that question, I have to look on the plan.
Because when we've talked about this before, it's been that it's insufficient the way that it's designed. And there was not lots we could do, but we were gonna fix it when we did this. So I assumed that it was in the engineering plans. So this is not specifically for that.
This is not specifically to that intersection.
Jay, can we please review that before we get much further and make sure that
Motion to approve change order number 1. $233,703.35. R3 project, R315, R314, R315, with 28-day contract time.
second?
Okay, no public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Hey,
Chair.
yes, yes.
The prior motion, we might say yes.
We did, there's no cards. Okay, item number 10, Facilities, Parks and Recreation Agenda. Oh, did I miss one? What did I do? Oh, I'm sorry. Not get it through. Okay, other governmental updates. I'm sorry. I didn't see
Yeah,
that
no,
at the
that's
bottom
okay.
there.
I
All
do
my
have
notes
one.
are scribbled over there.
Yeah, and it's pertinent to one of the earlier comments from public to be heard. So Mr. Rudder and David Riggs, who's the county engineer, they have asked that Mr. Foy, Mr. Palin, and I meet with them to discuss an interlocal agreement between the Indian Trail Improvement District and Palm Beach County regarding four-way stops, one-way, giving us a pathway or a policy forward. That doesn't mean that we're going to come to some type of resolution at this
Right.
first meeting, but it's a good sign that they've reopened that
Okay,
for discussion.
okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, please do. That's it? Okay. Jay, you good?
Very good.
Okay, good to hear. Okay, item 10. Approval for facility use permit for FWC EYCC. Looking for a motion to approve their permit request to host their annual fishing camp at the M1 impoundment, subject to staff and legal review.
I'll make the motion.
Make the motion to approve the FWC EYCC's permit request to host their annual fishing camp at the M1 impoundment, subject to staff and legal review.
Okay, there's no public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Item 10.2, approval facility use permit for FDOT to motion to approve FDOT's permit request to host their Infinite Source Communications meeting at Hamlin House, subject to staff and legal review.
I'll make the motion.
Oh, Who said,
Sorry.
who said it first?
Public meeting?
This,
It is. It's a public room.
Okay, so it's for the.
bless you.
Okay.
So everybody should go. That, will we get that information on our website? So and Facebook? So
Agenda.
that,
Give us an agenda.
yeah. Okay,
Do you want me to
so
read the whole motion?
Patty and Betty, right?
Motion to approve FDOT's permit request to host their Infinite Source Communication meeting at the Hamlin House, subject to staff and legal review. And Betty second.
Okay, and we have no public comment on this item, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
See that it passes 5-0. All right, consent we did. Staff presentations. Okay.
Yeah, so just quickly to follow up on the millings discussion from earlier. You know, as part of the fiscal year 26 budget recommendation at the strategic planning session, the board had indicated that they wanted staff to come in FY 26 to add a third millings crew, or for the board to consider that, which we are working on. And perhaps you could assign, 1 mile segments similar to what we did with 130th to address Cheatham Hill or other roads throughout the district. I don't think we want to do more than a 1 mile stretch at a time, because I think if you do something like that, you want to hit other areas of the district, similar to what we do with the half mile and quarter mile. And we're still adhering to the policy. So anything that we are milling, other than what the board directed us to, has been quarter and half mile roads.
Okay, thank you.
So, so that's first. And yes.
I've mentioned this before. I support the millings project, but I don't support, and I've heard it said tonight too. It's this whole idea that the board has directed to mill the whole district. Because we have not. The millings has always been right now when it's feasible, right? So it's like the promises that realtors gave to residents when they first moved here. That, oh, you live on a named road, so your road's gonna be, right? But we have no adopted plan, and I keep having residents asking me, where's the adopted plan for what roads are gonna be milled? And, I'm like, there is not one, right? So I don't know if we need to be a little bit clearer when we go into budget. We have our millings petition, those roads, and then there's the roads that staff have determined need to be milled, and this is what's getting milled this year. Plus any that the board directs, if we decide that we're gonna do 1/30th or we're gonna do something else. But, this whole, it really irks me when residents are saying to me, and I hear staff say it, they say that they call the office, and they're told that all the roads are gonna be milled eventually. Well, yeah, but it could take another 15 years to do it.
Yeah.
And we could change plans between here and there. So
So that hasn't been mentioned from our staff
it
in the
was
past.
mentioned tonight, but
Well,
not to throw Mr. Robinson under the bus.
but I'm not.
I said,
All roads.
through the chair, I said, with the board's direction.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
he did.
the board direction has not been that we're going to mill every single road.
And customer service has not said that for a few years now.
So I just want to make sure that we're all kind of beating on the same drum.
Yeah, no problem. And then, I received a, request from Collier Engineering. They would like the board to consider, installation, well, actually leasing a perpetual lease of either 50, yard by 50 or 50 foot by 50 foot or 75 foot by 75 foot area at Temple Park for a perpetual, which means for eternity, basically, for $150,000. So I'm bringing it to the board similar to what I did the last time, whether or not the board would like us to look into this more, or if I just go back to that firm and let them know that the board's not interested. And if, just for a little bit of history here for Mr. Vasilati, we have one site that the board, and we're negotiating with an engineering firm for a property that we own along Seminole Pratt, just north of the public shopping center on Orange. But previous to that, there was another firm that came forward that wanted to put one at Acreage Community Pines, and the board said no. So that's why before I go down any path with Mr. Foy or legal with, exploring or negotiating anything, I first bring it to the board to see whether or not the board is interested in it, because it is a park site, and this one in particular is in a residential neighborhood. It would be a 200-foot tower, so it's small, but it would. So anyway, that's why I'm bringing it forward tonight.
No, you have your light on still. I have a question. What size is a pickleball court?
I can tell you the sizes that the tennis courts are right now, and that's 120 by 120. And that's for 2 courts. So the pickleball.
So 2 courts is 120 by 120.
That's like literally the entire square footage to put like 2 tennis courts out there. You could get 4 courts.
4 courts and 120 by 120.
Yeah.
So in a 50 by 50, we could put.
You could probably put at least 2. Basically, 1 tennis court, you could do 2, 1 on each side. And that's actually how we have Sycamore Park set up. Sycamore Park is kind of a hybrid. You can remove the pickleball and the tennis courts are set up. So you can go either way.
So we can talk about this when we do our parks thing, but I'm not in favor of using space that we need, because we don't have enough space as it is. And again, we've got more needs than we have money to address the needs. And while it's nice to get $150,000, what are we giving up? And, to go and buy another piece of land to be able to expand or meet some of those needs, it's going to cost us a lot more than the $150 a year. So that's just my personal opinion. And plus it's a park and it's in the center of a community. I prefer that
it be somewhere else?
Through the chair real quick, the pickleball court's 20 feet by
Sorry.
20 feet by 44.
I remember this when the one at Acreage Pines was coming up, and I remember I was out back at Acreage Community Park, and I remember sitting out there when I heard that, and, you know, I still don't know if there's enough knowledge on what the 5G waves do, and to have it so close to, and I think they even have them at schools, which concerns me. I don't have control of that. I get very nervous with this being put so close in the middle of, on our property, next to where children would be playing and families, and I'd rather not take that. I'd rather not ugly up our park with a huge pole sitting in it. So I'm good with not putting it there.
Yeah, it's based on,
Could put one in front of my place.
well, that's something that you would have to negotiate yourself.
I know.
So,
I know. And I have no service.
so
Sold by the district, and you could actually consider that.
So just quickly, they have,
They have a plat net, and it wouldn't affect enough.
Right, exactly.
It wouldn't affect enough people because there's farmland and the
Yeah,
FPL
it would
out
never-
that way.
Yeah,
So
they would never go for
but
it.
don't worry, Lauren,
There'll be plenty of, exactly. Rich, sorry.
So I'm trying to remember when, before I was on the board, there was a meeting here about, right behind Publix, I think. They were talking about putting a tower.
Yeah.
Is it 1 mile radius? Is that what basically the coverage is on those 1 mile?
Yeah,
If I remember
something-
correctly.
Yeah,
something like.
that's what
that,
he said.
yeah.
I don't know. I just,
and it picks up on the next one. So I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I believe so. I believe, isn't there one just slightly north of this location?
Yes, along, yeah, on a residential lot along Seminole Pratt. I can't. remember
Right.
the cross.
It looks kind of like a tree, but not really like a tree.
Yes.
Looks like a horrible tree right now.
And there's one in Westlake, I believe, as well.
And
Yeah.
there's one right by 190th now.
So I think they
South
just,
Orange.
and they want to web it
That's
to where they can
AT&T.
kind of shell all this communication through. So,
If, I think of all the people out here, they're always complaining about their cell service, right? So we got to keep that in mind. I understand, I don't know what kind of data is out there as far as the radio waves and as far as that's concerned, but all I know, everybody's got a cell phone in here and a lot of us have two. So, how much is it? 150 a year that they're,
Yeah, it's 150,000 in per.
Period.
yeah. So
Right.
well, how about we discuss this?
Yes.
Yeah. So how about
That's why I said
so
that upfront.
they can come back with some better numbers, maybe add a zero onto that or something, and maybe we'd be down.
Yeah.
But they're making these cell companies are making buku bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, 150 is almost like a disrespectful slap in the face as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they always start with something like that.
Yeah.
But before we get into negotiations, the location. of
It's
it,
the location.
that's-
Yeah, I don't
Well,
love the location.
Or you either lose a multi-purpose building and you got kids playing on it. It's like,
Right.
right.
well, there's
Well, there's,
They put the volleyball court on. But then you got the other one sitting right by.
the playground. The kids will be on it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Just for $150,000, absolutely not worth
they
it. Not
secure
not
them,
that.
so They.
Yeah, they
technically-
fence around it, but still.
And that makes it look even better.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not advocating for it either way. I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's.
But it sounds like it's a no.
Yeah, they got to come
Yeah.
up with a better figure to even
Yeah.
consider this.
I
Yeah.
always bring these forward to the board.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, make sure
Yeah.
you give them just as much now.
No,
Just send them my way. I'll straighten them.
no. Well,
$1,000.
Right.
yeah, that would be a little different.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the last, well, I have two more updates, but before I get to the cost estimates with Temple Park, I do want to give an update about the property at 4930 Royal Palm Beach Boulevard. If you recall, this is the property that's right on the canal. where we've had issues where they have put obstructions, fences, trees, things of that nature in there. They threatened to sue. They got an attorney. The attorney withdrew the first time, and then because they're an LLC, they tried to represent themselves, which is not allowable. So basically what happened is once we went through all of that and that cleared out of the court system, we went in and we removed all that. Well, recently they went back in and they put everything back in, except they put the fence right on the canal slope or just a little to the south of the canal slope. And then from my conversations earlier today, it appears they're trying to put power now on that site. So they have now hired an attorney who, and can let Mr. Palin or Ms. Viator talk more about that. We, through our insurance policy with Aegis, we do have a very good law firm representing us. However, they're only representing us whenever they actually litigate. Right now, they have not done anything yet for them to defensively do it. However, we are coming up on, the rainy season and another potential active year for hurricane season. We do not want that on there because if we have to get into that area, we have to now not only remove the obstructions, but also have, potential danger because there's power, electricity on there. So one of the things that legal and I will be requesting, I'm sure Mr. Palin wants to jump in here to talk a little bit more, is I've asked Betty to go on the offense against this property owner because we're just going around in circles. And if something happens at this canal, on this canal slope, and that goes into the water and blocks the culvert underneath Royal Palm, and there's a boulevard and there's an issue there, and we're going to have a lot more problems potentially in the future, including with public safety response, things of that nature. But I'll let Ms. Viator or Mr. Palin speak more.
Well, first, Mr. Palin, who was on.
We have an encroachment on steroids on the district's right away. I don't want to comment on the substance of the landowner's claims because the litigation they actually have instituted litigation. And the defense, our defense is limited to the response to that particular set of complaints. They've now hired another attorney, a different attorney, who's also just filed a notice of their intent to institute another legal action against us on different grounds. And that would be it gets complicated in terms of the procedural, but we've spoken to the defense counsel on the initial lawsuit. The insurance companies' payments are limited to that lawsuit, and nothing is. The new lawsuit hasn't been filed yet. They filed a notice under Florida statutes. They cannot now institute a new lawsuit for 6 months under that statute because they're private entities suing governmental entities. So we believe that given the serious public health safety threats that these action plus the repeated actions of these landowners in just pushing and then reinstalling these and taking more encroachments requires a firm response, an immediate response. And our firm is capable of handling that. Bill Doney and our office will handle that.
Didn't the board direct to get reimbursed for the costs of removing what we already did because they.
Yes.
That will be one of the.
It's all in there.
We're going to, Bill Doney better at describing exactly what the strategy will be. I don't really want to go
Okay,
into the
but
detail.
we are going to get compensated for what we already spent as well as what we need to spend if they do not remove it.
We're going to include our costs in our complaint. And
Right.
absolutely.
Okay.
And that's authorized under the statute 298.66.
Right.
There's obstructions. That's the statute.
And up to double the amount. So I
Mhm.
suggest that we go, yeah. Okay.
So we just wanted to make sure that's on the record, that that's been initiated and we'll be following up.
Thank you. And we have a May 5th deadline, I believe, on that response.
No, that's on something else. Or is that make it?
That was on the original lawsuit, but there's been a postponement, I believe, on
Oh, okay.
actions under the original lawsuit.
Okay. I didn't see
And
the
now there'll
postponement yet.
We'll have to work out with the defense counsel, in the original lawsuit, a coordination of our efforts, because we'll be introducing our own counter.
Okay. Ladies, I'm sorry, ladies. Thank you. Thank you.
Through the chair, in this argument, a good point. So we have been working with Palm Beach County, but it really doesn't have anything specific to do with our easements. They're looking at them. But we can't wait for them to go through that process, which the county code enforcement, rebuilding process is mandated by state law of due process. We can't have this storm after hurricanes.
Right.
And there are actions pending in Palm Beach County.
Yeah.
With regard to the same property owner.
Thank you. Yeah. 12.
Staff.
No.
Not really, because there's litigation involved. I'm sorry. In general, you can't have anything on the easement. You can't block the easement.
4930.
It's about 2 lots north of the intersection on the west side of Royal Palm Beach Boulevard and the intersection of Persimmon.
It's
Oh, this is
Yeah.
South Persimmon?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I get lost.
Yeah.
East side. No, this is on the west.
West.
No, this is on the west side. It's west side, it's the southwest. If you look on,
So.
yeah, I don't even want to pull it up on the map. So, yeah. But if any of you have any individual questions, I would
Please contact our office.
contact
Yeah.
Mr. Palin or Mr. Downey.
Okay.
So do we need any direction as far as like to file that for action, or is this?
Well,
Yeah.
I guess it's always better to just go ahead and authorize it if you can do it by motion.
Because I don't want to wait till maybe.
We don't want to wait.
Till the next.
Okay. Yep. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I'll make the motion to direct staff to vigorously defend the district easements and this particular case. And also to vigorously go after being reimbursed for our expenses, both for removing as well as getting compensated
To the fully max.
to the, yeah, vigorously to the max.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? All right. 5-0.
Any public comment?
Oh, do we need public comment? Yeah, because we added no public comment. Beautiful. Okay.
And
I
then
don't,
just one last thing, and I
Yes.
apologize. and
That's
try to
okay.
be Quick, but at the last, I believe it was the last board meeting, the board gave direction for us to, shut down the courts at Temple Park because after reviewing it with Aegis and all of that was determined to be a risk. So tonight, I'm gonna let Mr. Lawrence talk a little bit about what we think the cost estimates are and whether or not the board would like us to move forward and with just consensus from the board whether or not you want to move forward with that project in this current fiscal year, which is not budgeted, or if you want to make it year 26. So,
Well,
yeah,
I think if we were concerned about safety issues with stop signs, I think, in my opinion, it should be something that we are gonna budget in. So,
but I'll let Mr. Lawrence. just
Yeah.
Go quickly through what, because this is not a matter of just simply resurfacing.
right, this is a big,
This
right.
is taking-
And I believe we talked about doing it,
Yes.
or, putting it in the budget.
Can I just say that I don't remember the board directing that we like close them. I remember we said, if it's so dangerous, then it needs to be closed. And with respect to Temple Park, I wasn't aware. And residents that were here that use the courts every day, they're like shocked that there's a problem with those courts needing to be closed off. Now, the basketball courts were a different issue at that park. So, I'm just, I know there was kind of an off the cuff comment that was made while, just.
I'm going to
condemn it
interrupt
all,
you. I think we
but-
can, I think as a consensus, I don't remember if it was consensus or a motion that was made. I know I made it due to the condition of the tennis courts and the basketball courts and it being a tripping hazard and whatnot, that it would become a liability on the district, that it was decided upon at the last meeting that they were going to get closed. I
Well,
think we
remember the
also,
basketball court.
no, it was
so I
both.
remember that.
It was
I did not
100%
remember.
both. It was 100% both. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So just for some history on it, going back to 21, originally we went out there to try to pressure clean that, figuring we could resurface it. That would just still cost about 150,000 just to resurface it based on the material that's doing it in-house. When the guys called me up after they tried pressure cleaning it for a couple hours, they were actually removing the surface. And it was doing it in a way that we couldn't just prep what was there. So I took a closer look at it, and that's when we realized that there's a structural issue on both sides. So that's why the whole thing kind of came to a stop. It hasn't been budgeted. If you guys remember, 21 was the year we were doing ACP, so a lot of the funds were over there, and then obviously with Hornstein. So where we're at with it right now, we kind of talked about this last month. The numbers you see on the screen for the courts,
Bless you.
you're looking at like 450,000 basically right there. That doesn't take in consideration the resurfacing. It doesn't take in consideration, obviously having to replace the fencing that we'd have to take down around the tennis courts right now that have to get replaced. And then whatever's behind the scenes. So if there's some major prep work we have to do that caused this issue in the first place, we won't see that till we open it. So realistically, you're probably looking between 550 and 6, and that's a rough guess. But what I was planning on doing with these park tours is actually going and giving you guys a really detailed breakdown. So you see exactly what each item would cost. So as we're going through the tours of each park, you'll have a different audit basically of that park, and you can really look at each one of them, including press box when we get there out too.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this is not something that we can do in-house.
Right.
This would have to be contractual.
Were we applying for a grant for this? Is that part of what we were waiting on to work?
There was no real direction at that time. It was just a project that kind of just fell along, kind of like Downers Playground. It just didn't get the attention and the buzz around it, unfortunately.
Through the chair, and finding grants for tennis courts and basketball courts that are existing, they're out there, but they're competitive. So, and we've mainly been using grants to get for playground, putting in new playgrounds because, and not to reiterate from the last meeting, but most of these parks were built 20 plus years ago. So they're all at their lifespan, and some of them were not built properly. Well, is in the case here with not a good subsurface.
Thank you.
And just on another park, had a conversation with the gentleman regarding, Coconut Park. I know it's closed, so there's a lot of debris. He kind of walked over there. It didn't seem so bad, but then he went over and took some pictures. I did send them to you, Burgess. What are we doing with clean? It didn't seem like it was a lot of debris, but are we doing anything to clean up that debris? He says it's a danger to the fish, which I'm not sure if it is.
There's-
but-
I mean, there's still some leftover hurricane debris in the water that we would have to go out there and try to clean. I mean, outside of just shutting that park down and gating it off, which would be the only way to really do it, we're basically at the
Well, we
waiting for
didn't do
FEMA.
that. Yeah, so I was there the other day. People are still walking. I know we have a fear that the razor blades from the gentleman's construction truck that spilled into there. I mean, people are walking around it. I know there's a sign, a very simple sign that's right there. I was on the south side of the park. So there's one small, simple sign, but I think I mentioned the last meeting, maybe we put temporary fencing or something around. I also noticed on the pier itself, I think by the sidewalk, there's temporary fencing that seems pretty good. The other fencing is ripped off. I don't know if it's really necessary to resecure that or not. I don't know. I don't know if we need to put more signs of just, I don't know if it's enough legal, maybe. Is it enough just to have the one sign at the parking, just saying that the
There's
park is
supposed to be,
closed?
there were supposed to be 10 signs out there. We were supposed to put them at all the entry points and then the extras you go around the park.
I'll have to take a walk around it. I didn't really take a walk. I was not in the right shoes, but I just know there was one sign to the left of the parking, on the south side. I really didn't see anything else. I think we might want to just make sure
Okay.
people understand so that they can't sit, they don't have deniability, not knowing that this.
And it says, it actually says park.
Yeah, it does say it 100%, but it's a little sign over to the left. So I don't know. I don't know if we should just make sure it's out there.
I mean, the only option really to keep people out would be a temporary gate like fencing, like the construction fencing, basically. And I did ask FEMA if they would cover that and they couldn't give me an answer. They are going to allow for tree replacement. And basically everything we've asked for is what's being, not the amount that we're wanting, but they are kind of going into that. So we're still waiting. The 107 trees that we're talking about instead of 4 ones to talk.
We do have an update regarding FEMA. We just,
Yeah, Mr. Lester had spoke with FEMA about that, and they did have the maturity of the trees. They weren't gonna pay for a full mature tree, but they would pay for a sapling and then 10 years of fertilization to get it to that. So they're tentatively.
At $1,000 a year.
They've walked back the 800,000 as initially
it's like
requested.
430 right now.
And it's down to 430, yes, 400,000. So there's a tentative approval on that. And that's moving forward. It's not cash in hand, but it's moving.
That basically covers the pier. It'll cover the new walking trail and it'll cover removing the 2 inches that we asked for and replacing with new sod. And the only thing we may want to consider is adding a couple more like mature trees in the corners just to get that extra shade back in there. But it does cover the signage too. So, I mean, we get basically everything.
I would, I would say it definitely looks very bare. It's amazing how much of a difference that tornado did over
The
there.
pictures before and after.
and
Yeah.
just to be clear, that 30,000 or whatever, I won't count on that until we have a check, and then maybe 5 years later, I would say, yeah, we definitely have 400.
Right.
Because my experience with FEMA is they come back and then they run their OIG through it and say, oh, well, you should have got this and that.
Right.
So just don't want to set anybody's hopes too high.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
For the, sorry, the cost for the pickleball court and the basketball court, where did you get that number from?
Just based on the square footage and the average cost of replacing like a slab this time, like today's cost basically. And then used material cost from before that I knew that the resurfacing of those. You're probably going to be on the higher end of that. Once you get the bid out and we actually get the concrete owners.
Mr. Robinson did help review these numbers as well. And again, these are just estimates. Till we get a contract, we won't know what the cost is.
And that may change, like I said, if there's something that's happening below the surface that we're not aware of.
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Is this the only park that we closed, or do we close Sycamore's tennis courts as well?
No, those are still open. So the board directed Temple to be closed like that for the courts. And then we also got direction to remove the playground over at Downers. So that's out. And then you guys did talk about us potentially removing that wall in front of the bathrooms for those safety issues too. We haven't done that yet, but that was done.
Yes.
Isn't the basketball court over at Sycamore worse than?
It actually isn't. It's asphalt. It's in pretty good shape. The tennis courts, pickleball courts over there, I have seen over the last 3 years, the cracks over there expanding as well. So they're starting to get to a point where it's not far from, it's not as bad, it's not as dangerous, but you're gonna need to plan for it.
So, and if we looked at trying to get any like sponsorships or anything from, like, there's all these different organizations out there, tennis, there's actually grants that you can get directly from the tennis associations. Yeah. And I don't know if there's anything for people, but if we could look at that. I was told that the tennis one is looking for partners. So if we can try and get those costs down, and then I'm assuming that we would be going out to bid. And
Yeah, we would be required to go out
Okay.
for a RFP process for this because of the cost of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are.
I mean, well, what I asked at the beginning is this something you want to try to do this current fiscal year because it's shut down? Or is this something you want us to bring back as part of the fiscal year 26 budget?
I think we need 26, and that'll give you time to look into grants and everything else and then get a real solid, a more solid number.
No. Well, we have a contact at Delray Beach that runs the US, the big Delray Open down there. So I'm sure.
Excellent.
I will see her shortly.
Okay. Yeah.
Did we put anything on social media saying why the parks were closed? Why the courts were closed?
I don't believe so, but
Could we do something like that? Yeah, could we do something like that where it's on? I know not everybody's on social media, but if we put it on social media, maybe the word will pass through.
Yep.
And maybe on the website.
Just saying why it's closed. That'd be good.
And that's just one last thing. That, so we'll be coming back in probably in the next meeting for sure, but probably individually with you on what strategy we've come up with Calvary strategies on just not branding, but how we're going to improve the website, hit social media. It's not on these issues, but on who is ITID, but what we'd like to do. So all five of you to think about it is short videos featuring each of you talking about different aspects of what ITID does. And because you're the face of the district. So, so we're going to be going real fast and furious on that, starting in 2 weeks.
Excellent.
Through the chair.
I'm looking forward to that.
Some of these things I think are kind of a wish list and not a necessity. And if we're looking for doing something that's a necessity, I'd like to go out for bid and find out about the cost on the pickleball and the basketball courts. That's the two main things and the reason why it's closed. The walking trail, we've done the walking trail in-house, so there's no reason why we can't do that in-house. We just did that park for the volleyball courts and the playground.
The playground is for sale shade. If you guys want.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be done right this moment. We could get a grant for that.
Just through the chair.
Yeah.
So when we did the walking trail at Hamlet or at Nicole Hornstein, we scheduled that in because they're out there with potholes and sidewalk repairs. So, but yes, we can do it.
Well, if you need a list, I'm sure we can come up with a list around Temple. To make it worthwhile.
We do it,
Fair enough.
at,
Yeah.
we have a program schedule.
All right.
And then we have all the things that happen out there.
Right.
Unexpected.
I'm just thinking like the exercise equipment and adding lighting there is not a must-have right now. It's not the reason why the park has been closed. It's been closed because of the tennis courts and the basketball courts.
Just through the chair, that's really
yeah.
quick. All he did was pull this from this large audit report. So we're not
Right.
saying we should do all this.
Right. So what I'm asking is if we can give direction right now to, because even if we go out for bid, it's going to take several months. And then we're going to be going into, I mean, we can't possibly go into the next budget and be thinking that we're not doing this. We're just going to have it closed off for a year.
No, of course not.
So unless we're planning on going in and ripping it out altogether, and if we do want to see this room filled up and, line out the door, that would be the thing to do. So my thought is that it takes several months to go through the whole bidding process. I would also like, and I know we've talked about this before, but I want to make sure that we're looking at two options. One is, is there a way that we can recover what's there, without having to pull it all up and, do the foundation all over again? Or do we absolutely have to do the foundation? I think with respect to the basketball, we absolutely have to tear it all out. But there are other options that I know are out there. And so I just would like to make sure that we've explored that.
Just so you guys have, when I was out there the other day with the audits, and it's in the photos, if you guys look at it closely, the tennis courts were built identical to the basketball courts. Difference is they were resurfaced with asphalt at one time. And that was over top of what was originally there as a tennis court. And then that cracked as well. So it's pretty much identical to the basketball courts. It just has an extra layer on top of it.
Through the chair, opinion. We'd be putting, we'd be putting a Band-Aid on top of it, and these issues would resurface, no pun intended, in probably about 5 years, if that.
Okay.
There's separation in there.
All right. So I would like to give direction to actually start the process, at least focus on the tennis courts and the basketball courts, because I think we owe that. And in the meantime, we can be looking for whether or not we have grants available to us, and looking into the tennis association. And even if we get that information, we're not able to utilize it this time, we can utilize it with Sycamore because we know that's coming down the pike as well. Okay, so
I agree with the direction.
that's my motion.
I agree with the direction, motion, whatever you're making it. I think the direction, right? We just need to give direction.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah. So,
I don't think we need a motion.
yeah, I completely agree that we should make sure that this gets done as quickly as possible, but as fiscally responsible as possible at the same time. So.
Just a quick thing on that, just so everybody realizes, once we get the quotes, they usually have a deadline to actually execute it. So it maybe only be good for 45 days.
Well, this would not be a quote. This will have to follow an RFP process, which means it goes out on the street. So this is a little different. Well, it's guided by state statute and by the district's procurement. So this is different because this is a.
So if we're not funding till October 1st, how much time do we need?
I've got to go back and look at the.
All right, so let's, right, let's try to just time it so that we can actually fund it. We don't want to go through the whole thing and then not be able to.
So what my thought process is even if we get through the process, we approve it, we do have that pot of money that was supposed to be used towards park infrastructure projects. We could
And then
allocate the
reimburse
money
that
and
in
reimburse that pot
October.
in the
Okay.
budget, if we
As
decide
long as
to
it
do
gets
that.
yeah, as long as it gets reimbursed.
Right.
We,
Well,
we,
Again, it's up,
With the
it's board
budget,
direction.
right.
Yeah.
you have that, plus you also, and not that you would necessarily want to use it, but because we do have that money set aside when we get matching monies back for grant projects. So we just received the 400,000 for the Nicole Hornstein project. So you could, in essence, take from that and then put it back in on October 1st of 25.
Okay.
But
right,
you can do either.
Yes. Yeah, is it this fiscal year?
It is.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Exactly. Later.
You can, yeah, as soon as we have the layout for it. Okay.
Yeah, it should be, it should be.
Just a quick question. Once those, those are asphalt, right? Those courts, can we recycle mill them? I'm
Yeah.
kidding. It's getting late. It's getting late.
Mill the
Yeah,
parks.
yeah, can we just, can we mash them up?
We'll do it on
Thanks.
your road.
Yeah, no, my road's good. Thank you.
I'll take it. We could always use it. Okay. There you go. All right, item 14. Oh, wait, supervisor business, missed that. Anybody?
I had the water task force meeting yesterday and it was just, Paul Linton had some really good updates, but it was nothing with direction or making any motions. It was just kind of an update and like Okeechobee's low, but I guess you guys could have guessed that this time of year with the
Yeah.
amount of rain we had. So that was kind of the big thing. And he was just going over evaporation and kind of the future next couple of months going into the wet season, but nothing more.
Couple things. So I was listening to Palm Beach Gardens meeting and one of the things they said they added, and I think you guys were talking about revamping the website. One of the things they put on their website was a chat bot. So they call it chat PBG, I think, instead of GPT. They call it PBG, but they call it that. And it's like a little box. So when you open up the website, it's like a little chat box that I guess it kind of feeds through and searches our website for answers. So if somebody's asking about like
bot.
a minute, yeah, it's a bot. So you can just kind of search it. And this way, maybe it can answer somebody's simple questions instead of having to circle into the office or whatnot. So I don't know if that's a possibility. We could add that onto the website when we're, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it already on there?
Yeah.
Oh, we are looking on
Yeah, no, when we're redoing the new one.
chat, chat LOX.
Yeah.
Yeah, chat LOX. We'll make it sound really cool.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's all I got. It's late. I'm getting tired.
Did they say to remind me, but
Yeah. Write it down.
and neither did I.
Template was in front, was it?
I can't remember. Okay, couple things. So we have staff cutting down trees now? Or was that a contractor?
Well, yes, we
And I
train
thought-
our staff on how to cut down trees.
So were we aware that it almost fell on somebody?
I mean, that was the first I've heard of it. Well,
I have it written down with it too.
Yeah.
Okay. And gopher tortoises?
That as well.
Okay. Because that's like a big no. So obviously I support equestrian trails. And I hear the residents, but at the same time, this is land that we actually own. And can you just give us the quick summary again, Frank? Because I know I asked you to do this last meeting. Quick summary. How did we come to own
Acquired.
this land?
It was part of an agreement that Indian Trail had with Palm Beach County. It arose out of another agreement for the disposition of Unit 11, basically. The county acquired all that property. And Indian Trail had easements and had unpaid assessments on the prior private owners. So there was kind of a trade-off, and the Indian Trail gave up the collection of those assessments, which would have gone to the county, and the county gave us this
So-
parcel that they took through tax foreclosure,
Right.
which they had no need for. That's why they,
So it's not like we just inherited this land. It actually was given to us in lieu of money that was owed to our taxpayers.
yes, the district took it in lieu of those, having to file lawsuits against all these out-of-town property owners that the county was foreclosing on.
And the land is subject to an FPL easement.
Yes, it is not an easement. There is an easement on the property, but it's FP&L's easement. It is not a right-of-way. It's a parcel of land that we own that's subject to an easement, just like the landowners in the
Right.
district are subject to Indian Trails
Right.
easements.
I just wanted to get that on the record again. Just another question that I had, because I asked you this. Did we not consider this for the on the mobility plan?
For a multimodal.
It's on the mobility plan.
Yeah.
It was discussed during that. I was sure we did.
It was
Okay.
discussed. I think that it came to our attention when we were doing it. We were looking for trail sites is my recollection.
Yeah.
And
it
then,
was-
and then,
I'm
no, just to finish up, and that it was, I think Burgess actually brought it up.
Well,
to-
and
to the
right
board's
around that
attention.
time was the pig situation, wasn't it?
Yeah, we identified it. It was identified in district-wide for a multimodal for bicycles and pedestrians, as well as an equestrian. Not motorcycles or any recognized vehicles.
So, we would be, whatever we're doing, and so do we have a plan? I know we put a grant in.
We do not have a plan for the whole thing. What we're
An
doing
actual
right now
design.
is we are
Trying to get
clearing
grant-
out and making sure there are no liabilities that we are responsible for on that property.
Right.
So we're clearing it to do, as we normally do, with inspections, and then working through the equestrian trail committee, through this board, through the public. We need to come up with a plan, whether it's multimodal, equestrian, whatever it may be, for that corridor, if that's what the board would still like to do.
So but we've already applied for,
For a trailhead at the south part of Jefferson. But that hasn't even been designed, because that's part of the grant would be to work toward that. And that's where we have to work with the equestrian trail committee, the board, and the public, including the owners along it.
well, one of the things that I wanted to do for the equestrian trail committee, and I think it's absolutely essential that actually, we bring Kim in to review mobility plan with the equestrian trail committee, because we already have a plan. It's there. And I think it's important that you use that avenue to get feedback, because, if it doesn't work, if there were some comments that were made tonight by the resident, and some of them could be valid comments. But if we don't explore it, through the avenues that we have, whether it be, the individual board members going out and taking a look for themselves, or the equestrian trail committee going out, taking a look, I think we need to be exploring and looking at it. Again, this is a really important area, and we need to have some connectivity, and we need to bolster the equestrian. But if we include the residents in that process, maybe we end up with a better product there. So I'm asking if we can set up, maybe we have a joint workshop, have the equestrian trail committee with the board, because I think the board could use to review the mobility plan, the equestrian portion, and we just have a conversation about that and move that, invite all these residents and hear their concerns, but also understand that we do own the property. This is not an easement. And we didn't just inherit the land. It was compensation to us from the county. So I think that that's kind of important. So, you know, I'm not saying that we derail our plans. I think that there's a valid point that, you know, we have two different issues going on because we had code enforcement issues with respect to people using the property inappropriately, and we own the land.
Yeah.
We had pigs that were stored in pig pens and it became an ACC and a county code issue. We were responsible for that. So that's one issue. The other issue is what our plans are, what we're doing, and what direction we're going to go. So I think we can kind of move things along concurrently, but also maybe take a little bit of a step back and hear from everyone.
And part of the FY 26 budget recommendation from staff is going to include fencing this corridor in and putting maintenance only gates for now for FPL or for us to access, and those gates will remain locked.
So the residents that are concerned about safety
Yeah,
issues.
but before we can do any of that, we've got to clear through, establish our lines and.
Can we do that in sections as we finish the clearing so that,
We can certainly try, yes.
yeah, because I would think that that would be a priority. And of course, that's fencing that we don't have in our budget. Or it's coming out of some pot. So, you know, that's another thing. Anyway.
We do have some. money
We have
available,
some, yeah.
But we had to begin this because as you all know, I had met with county code, PD&Z about this issue because we had people that, had pool.
Right.
And
They were constructing things without permits.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So, does the board have a consensus on that? Can we have like a joint workshop? I mean, I understand we're coming into budget. It can be on the latter end of, because we have all these other meetings and workshops, but we can kind of plan it towards.
I'm sorry, I went right over it. So workshops after you're done, I got a
Okay.
request for the board.
Right. So if we could try to figure out a workshop, I don't know, June is out for me.
June is out for
Probably,
me.
you know.
July is usually pretty busy, so maybe August after the school year.
Yeah, and then of course, we're gonna have to see about the equestrian committee, their availability and try and get them here. And I think the Acreage Landowners
Sure.
Association as well. So anyway, if we can figure that out.
Could we maybe invite Kim to the next equestrian trail committee to go over this plan?
I mean, I can see what our schedule.
It's, the next one is, I
Well-
think, Monday, June 2nd.
I was thinking
Yeah.
a joint workshop where she could explain it to everyone because then
Okay.
it kind of kills
Okay.
the, with one stone.
Yeah, I got
Because
you.
And we might have to have a larger venue
Yeah,
just because we're
maybe.
reviewing it.
You may want to. We
Just
can
a question.
see, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say because, that contract for the district mobility, like there were so many meetings attached to it, so we may have to pay her a nominal fee through Treasure Coast to come to that.
Right,
because
so we
it's
want to
not
do it
free.
once.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I apologize. I can't believe I forgot this one. So Mr. Foy and I and legal, we would like to set up, and I know you don't want to hear this, another workshop to discuss just not the 640 acre inclusion, but looking at consolidation of units and other things that need to be included in the water control plans, not only for the M1 canal, or I'm sorry, M1 basin, but also for the M2 as well. So, but that's one where I don't want to wait till August. So we'll try to work with everyone's schedule because we want to get this wrong. And then remember, this is, not because we're slow. This is a 9 to 12 month process. So, and, we want to jump right into the 640 acre language, but I think we're going to go down this pathway and you're going to be spending money with legal and Mr. Foy. I was
Do it once.
do a minor amendment, but we cannot because it's legal. Legal has a time we cannot do it as minor. So-
Okay.
We don't have
Very
a
good.
year and a half to be postponing the 640 acres.
I think that's why we were talking about
Yeah, that's
trying
why
to
I'm
get on it.
jump On this right away.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, the 120th sidewalk, are we still working with the county on trying to figure that out? Or
Well, yeah,
are we
that's
gonna-
where you stepped out and didn't hear. So,
Okay.
so Mr. Rudder and Mr. Ricks have asked Mr. Foy and Mr. Palin and I to go and to initiate the ILA discussions, which would give us a pathway for asking for permitting to whether it's for one-way streets or other type of traffic
So
control.
that include the stop signs?
The
Okay.
four-way, it would
The study.
include anything that would be police power. But
Right.
again, as they've asked for that, Ms. Viator, as everyone knows here, has been working steadfastly with the county attorney on the letter issue with the roads. So once, hopefully, as you all know, you were updated by her individually. So hopefully we get that done and then we can jump right into the ILA and this time, hopefully we can bring that to a successful end.
So, the other thing I thought I saw somewhere in the budget that we had money, quite a bit of money left over for speed tables. Was I imagining? Can we look into that? Because I thought I saw a significant amount of money there for that. And if we have, then I'd like us to talk about, some asphalt ones in some of the places that we need them, rather than the temporary ones, the rubber ones, the Betty bumps. So, yeah. Okay. So I've had a complaint several times. The fellow who lives at the corner of Sycamore and 180th, right across from the street, right across from the park, right across the street from the park. And the speeding on 180th, and there's also a school bus stop there. It's unsafe. There's no signage. He's very concerned about the environment there, and how unsafe it is. Now, some of this we don't control where the school district stops with their school buses. We don't. I have worked in the past with the school district to suggest that there's a better location, safer, especially, with the construction that we have going along Seminole Pratt. We've had to intervene with some of that because it was extremely dangerous. They were letting kids out in a construction zone on Seminole Pratt. So, but this issue has also been brought up with respect to Valencia is another one. We have school bus stops on Valencia, and in particular, our signage. You were bringing up earlier that there's some new signage, school signage that's over on Greatview. But you will remember, and Rob will as well, that I have asked multiple times for the county, for Palm Beach County School Districts to give us the same as what they're giving everybody else throughout the county. And we don't get it. And I've talked with Marcia Andrews about it as well. I need to follow up with her again. But when there was the accident at the school bus stop on Royal Palm Beach Boulevard, and then they're talking about lights and shelters, like we've got kids standing in the dark on Okeechobee Boulevard on a corner that's like this wide, teenage kids. And then we have these bus stops that are not well marked and that are, in this particular case, this is important because we have a park there. And we have kids that will ride their bikes there. They will hook up lock up their bike on the fence and then take their bus from there. But there's other kids that are coming from the other direction. Anyways, it's not safe. It's not marked very well. And it's a problem. Besides the bus stop, there's the issue of the speeding and the burnouts. He sent me pictures and a video of the burnouts being done in front of the park.
Is he
So,
contacting the police?
apparently he has and nothing gets done about it. So I don't know if we can pass that along.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that I passed along like 6 months ago.
Right.
Captain Turner.
Like
they had
it's
spent- Yeah.
So,
it's back-
you know,
Cause that Sycamore has speed bumps all the way down. So the speeding.
This is on
Sycamore, but
180th.
it's on 180th coming up to the stop sign.
and do we have speed bumps on 180th? Yeah, it is right. It's like the park is right there. The entrance
Yeah.
into the park is maybe.
Yeah, it's right
150
there by
feet.
the basketball.
Yeah. And so there's like, they're like burning out, doing circles. I've got.
They do it everywhere. They do it on Banyan. and
everywhere,
Willis. Yeah,
yep.
yeah. They do it everywhere.
But there being a park here and that being a blind corner, there's multiple issues going on here at this corner. This J is the corner. If you look, I don't know if you can really see that on the corner of this property here. There's actually a cement FPL pole. And I think the last time I was there, the wooden one was still there beside it. But the cement one actually more than the wooden one did. So, and you have
It's
to
like on
really.
top
pull
of
out.
an orange. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Pulling out of there.
So,
Well,
you
I
know,
have
the
a-
resident has raised some really valid concerns here and I'd like that we try to figure something out. Maybe we put some additional signage in front of the school or the park in terms of this is a park, kids playing when they come onto 180th, they see it. Maybe some flashing lights or something that we can do because it is a school bus stop.
Raised.
If there's anything that we can do, I think it would help. And you can see that intersection is kind of cockeyed. The whole thing is not right.
Do a lot of people have south?
Yeah. Yeah, so what you have here is they try to head south to avoid Sycamore. Now, the nice thing is right now it's pretty narrow, so it's only the people that know. But that piece is the piece that we milled that goes all the way to West Allen Black. And it's, I don't know if we put speed tables on there at all. But it goes all the way to West Allen Black. West Allen Black is a blind corner.
That was part of the R2 project.
Right.
So they automatically wanted
Okay, yeah.
the asphalt.
So, and it's a very narrow road. Visually, it causes you to slow down anyway on 180th. It's the other side. So do we have them on the other side?
I don't believe, I'm sorry. No, I do not believe we have them on the north side of
So-
Sycamore on 180. That's what I was
I
just
think that was
asking
one of
them.
his complaints. And if
Yeah.
we do have some, there's not enough of them. So anyway. And we really need to take a look at that area. And I know pretty much if we can come up with a solution for school bus stops and a solution for school zones that make them more visible. Because the other thing is people speeding through our school zones and there's just not enough enforcement out there. It's, you know, like we have people going around school buses and just all kinds of
Happens
stuff.
all the time on Avocado and
Yeah.
54 or Sunset. Nobody slows down for that.
It's crazy.
That's.
So anyway, sorry to keep you all, but those were some resident complaints that I needed to bring forward for.
Through the chair, when we meet with with Palm Beach County, with Pat Brother and David Ritz, we will try to bring this up for them too. Because, you know, this is something the county should be also paying for because they do collect gas tax money from our residents and it doesn't go. That's what, you know, without rehashing it all.
Yeah.
So we'll see what we can do, but I can make
Well-
promises on that one.
I was, there's some statutes on, school zones. And in that language, it actually says county roads. So I don't know if there's something more in FDOT language, but I was just recently looking at all of this. For, course that I have to take for speeding, but anyway.
Oh,
I think you should elaborate.
were you speeding through your neighborhood?
No, I was.
Okay. Okay.
Down in the construction area,
Ouch,
Anyway.
ouch, ouch.
Yes.
And to
Well, you can
follow up
plead
on,
guilty.
and to follow up on Miss Argues, everything she's saying here is accurate. Like I said earlier, I've been driving the east-west in the mornings from Seminole Ridge, and those are school zones in the morning. And maybe a conversation with some of the school crossing guards too, just to reiterate what they see. There's one gentleman that's out there, who's a school crossing guard. If you're doing the speed limit through it, I've seen him do it multiple times. He gives you a thumbs up. If you're speeding, he puts his hands up. And these are, a lot of these crossing guard areas are at our two-way stops. It's dangerous. It really is. And so, I had a nice conversation with Mr. Ricks when we were at Palm Beach State College just recently. And so hopefully, we can find a pathway with some of our concerns with what's going on here, because I don't think unless you live out here and you've been out here, you don't understand this. This is a unique area and people don't get it. So hopefully we can work on that, and I think some people need to spend some time out here too. Take them, 7 a.m. Let's go for a ride. Come on out, meet us out here, and drive through some of these intersections, and they'd be like, whoa, but I really don't think people understand just because they don't know. So
That's true.
One last thing on the students and the bus stops. It's time change, and it was even bad before the time change, but if you're driving on the road at 6:30 in the morning, it's like the walking zombies with the teenagers, and for some reason they refuse to walk on the sidewalk. They do it in the street. So everybody take a little precaution and do under the speed limit, maybe that time of the morning. Yeah, slow down. Well, Beeline doesn't have school zones. But yeah, just pass that around just to make sure people know that it's, the kids, they're in dark clothes, it's dark streets. We appreciate our dark lack of lights, but we got to remember to just take extra precaution because we want that entitlement.
and they're not paying attention. They're staring at their phones.
Yeah, and it's literally walking zombies. It's very scary, and they walk on both sides of the road, so you really got to be careful.
Yeah.
Okay. On Okeechobee Boulevard is the people who, even if you are going a little over the speed limit, if you're doing 35, even 40, I've seen it.
They're passing you.
They're passing you. And the scary thing is that there's traffic. There is more traffic going west between 5:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning than there is going east. More traffic going west. And we should actually
Going to the school.
find out. The county, I think, did a count on it recently. So here's the point. You see these people, they're trying to go around traffic, and then you have these kids, it's dark and you can't see them. And my fear is that somebody is going to run into them and have no idea. So, anyway.
Okay. We do. Yeah. So, okay. Hold on. Slow. Everybody's getting loopy. Okay. So I had some business, but you guys covered yeah, I'd like to talk tonight. No, I'm done. You guys covered a lot of the stuff I was going to bring up. So I'm good for tonight. So yes, I would like a motion to receive and file. Okay, public comment?
Just through the chair, the May 1st, I believe, right, is this next strategic planning?
Hey, what?
Yeah, it's going to be here because it's a continuation of round one. So it's not public input yet. And then we'll go back to the college once we start the public input, only because the college wasn't available for May 1st when we could all get together. But please, let's make sure this time we have on social media, on the website, so people are aware, because just because they're not having the input, they can still be here and hear what we're talking about. So thank you.
Chair. So I understand it wasn't supposed to be public input, but yet we had input from the public. So I would just like to state that I had many phone calls about that. It's our strategic planning, and I'd like to request that it be our strategic planning. We will get input from everyone else when we allow input from everyone else.
That's
not fair that we pick and choose who we're going to hear from.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of picking and choosing.
I don't-
But, there has to be,
It is, we do not go to their meetings and participate in their meetings and their discussions.
No, but
This is our.
I
strategic
understand,
planning.
I understand that, but that, let's, okay. We have no public comment, but do we normally do public comment on the motion to receive and file? Okay. Okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 5-0 and this meeting is adjourned.